Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up.
Good morning, everyone. It is Happy Friday. Good morning. Hope you have your coffee. We have a full day ahead of us. We are not sure who's going to be testifying today, but we are here. And they're showing the courtroom. Everybody's moving about. Hope you guys had a great night last night. Tonight, oh, hey, Jess. Is Jess in the courtroom today? Yesterday, we had someone live in the courtroom with us. And that was our Miss Jess. Good morning. This is a reminder to put your chat on live chat. I know it's Friday. And guess what? Tonight in our Discord, I'm going to play all 3 hours of the hashtag Cyber Sleuths Paramount Plus for you guys. So if you're not a member of the Discord, please ask a moderator how to become a member, because I'm going to start that tonight at 7 p.m. and it's going to run for 3 hours because there's 3 episodes and I'm not watching with. I'm just kidding. Oh, all right. Jess says she will be, and she's not quite there yet. Thanks, Jess, for being our boots. Meg P, good morning. Mega, Schmicky, hello. Let's get our chat pinned and get ready for the day. Let's see. Get our chat popped out and get this show on the road. So before I signed on, they were showing like the exhibitees and they were showing the lawyers getting things ready. So it looks like they're going to be showing some evidence today. I mean, I don't know. That's just what it looked like to me. You did, Megs? I got to get my phone. Thank you so much for everybody's donations. I got to get my phone so I can check those. I've been checking those on break. Mega, thank you so much. Mega, I hope everything's okay. I haven't seen you. Mary Mac, good Friday. Happy Friday. Andrew, happy Friday. I'm still waking up, guys. Bear with me here. I had a hard time sleeping again, and I took something to sleep, and I'm just like, ugh. I don't know why I'm leaning into this so much either. Oh. Oh, I heard Eduardo with like a G. Trying to think what else has been going on. What was I watching last night? Oh, guys, is the piece of shit going to appear? I don't know. Probably not. But last night, let me put a poll up for you guys to vote on that. But last night I was watching some of the Crumblies. I don't know why, but it auto played. And I was focusing more on James this time. And I was like, oh, shit. I can't wait for his trial, guys. I can't. And I'm a huge fan of Mark Keast. That just happened last night. Will Adam Montgomery show up to face the music? He won't. I don't think he will. Terry Jones coming in hot. Thank you for gifting a membership, Terry. Get it, girl. I did too. I liked Ethan's lawyer as well, Andrew. And then I watched the sentencing of, or not the sentencing of Ethan, but part of his Miller hearings. I think we're going to have to rewatch some of that before James's trial. Because I think James is just as screwed as Jennifer because he bought the gun. So Jennifer didn't properly put it away when they got home from the gun range, and James bought it. So I think they're both equally as effed. I know. I guess every state's different, and they do give them. There. What was that? Thank you guys for sharing the J for J411. So guys, check this out at www.j4j411.live. You can check out the merch store. You can check out a donation link, which gives an on-screen donation that will pop up like when you super chat or whatever. And then also you can check out some of the commands that you can use. Even if you're not a moderator, you can still take advantage of using those commands. So all of that is there. There's 3 different little pages. You can still see YouTube live while you're there. It's pretty cool. I'm just encouraging everyone to just check it out and see what it is. Thank you so much, Jammers. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think James is screwed. I really do. But I think that he's got a little bit more of a defense. And this is my thoughts. If I was his lawyer, I would totally play on the fact that his mom died. And okay, so I was thinking about this. I'm like, James has got a little bit more to say, right? Because he can say, my mom passed away in the spring of 2021. My wife started having an affair in spring of 2021. My oldest son moved back to Florida in the beginning of 2021. I mean, he can use that to try to play for, some sympathy, but you guys are the greatest, honestly. Really are. You know who you are. You know who you are. Adam, sure. I don't know. I kind of look forward to them just kind of skating through this without him and just, I don't know. I mean, part of me wants him to be there, but part of me is like, is he just a distraction? Does he really even deserve the attention? I don't know. What day is James' trial? March the 5th. March the 5th. And I love all of the rainbows and purple hearts for Little Harmony. And I want to now say good morning to all of my moderators. I was so rude this morning. Good morning, Jammers, Shell, and GB. Who else we got in here? Melissa just gifted. Good morning, Island. Sarah, good morning. Thank you. I think so too. It goes smoother without him there. No, James does not have a court appointed. He has the other half of the Objection Sisters. They used to be partners. So these 2 girls, Shannon and Muriel, were actually partners. Objection. That's the Objection Sisters. And they separated before the trial was even severed. Trish Mendoza, welcome. I think we had someone join join the lounge before I even came on. Franny Melville, welcome. Thanks for becoming a member. Don Stedman coming in hot, the super chat. And Andro became a member yesterday. Thank you so much, guys. I hope you enjoy being here as much as I enjoy having you. Good morning, Potato and Olive. Kendo, good morning. She's cold. This is so much candy. Good morning, One Eye Flo. Good morning, Cleta. Good morning, Buttercup. Shell, thank you so much. Coming in hot, yo. And we do have some new merchandise. I updated the logos. They're all so fresh and so clean.
So there's a lot of butt joints that we have to cover. And I'm like,
Dudley, I don't want to joints together because I don't want to have to do them all by myself. So the judge yesterday said she wouldn't be starting till 9:30 or 10, but then she said something about being at 9 again. So what's up, Sherry Lynn? Good morning. You guys are awake today. Damn. Chat's just flying. The chat is flying. So what else is going in the world of news? Oh, how about Tucker and Putin? I haven't watched it yet. Tucker goes to Moscow and interviews Putin. Weird. I mean, the whole thing, just that it even happened. Sirius Black says it's Friday, bitches. Have we got any birthdays in the house? We haven't had any birthdays in a while. Baby Harley, is the criminal allowed to watch the trial from jail? I don't know. Probably. If it's on their local news. I bet you he wants to, even though he's not there. Dara, spreadsheets suck. Have a great day. Good luck with those. I am all stuffed up too, so please bear with me. You swore she said 8:45? No, she said 9:30, 10 o'clock, and then she changed it. She's like, I guess we can be here at around 9. Lucia, good morning. The 22nd of February? Give me your February birthdays. You got any February birthdays? We got Flo on the 22nd. I'm writing this shit down. You did, Lexi? Pooping. Megs. Your dog Bandit is 8 today. That counts. We got any other birthdays? Flo, me and George Washington. Moo Brews, Justice for Sweet Harmony, and F. Adam. Thank you for your super chat. And I concur. I definitely concur. Thank you for your super chat, Moo Brews. Your boys turned 6 on Tuesday the 13th. Where's Bandit? Oh, that's the dog? Do you know how much Michael Vaughn... Oh, do you know much about Michael Vaughn and Stacey Wonder and Sarah Wonder? A little bit, yeah. Why, what's up? D. Lynn says she's 55 tomorrow. Well, since we're not going to be live tomorrow, I wanted to play the birthday song. Happy birthday, D. Lynn, tomorrow.
Go, shorty. It's your birthday.
Happy, 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 happy birthday. Good morning, Cheryl. I don't know about the late start. I don't know. I'm confused. I thought she said 9:30, 10 o'clock. Then she was like, no, we can probably start closer to 9. We got sound.
Morning, please be seated.
9:05. I like this judge.
You need to see me come.
All right. And they're already in a sidebar briefly. Danielle's driving back from Costco parking lot. Danielle. Pug had his 11th birthday last week. Aw. Wonder if I could chat about it on break? I can, yeah, for sure. Is something going on with it? I'm glad you like it, Sirius. Is something going on with the Michael Vaughn, or are you just wondering? Tomorrow, my boyfriend is 55, also says Anna. Happy birthday. Yeah, you can go home, Michelle. Go ahead. It's Friday. Go on with your bad stuff and just go home. Happy belated birthday, Lisa. $41. Good times, good times. I know, and he's so uncomfortable having the camera on him. Bridget Marie birthday is the 27th. Thank you so much. Flo. We've got you. There's 29 days in February this year. Lesby, I don't know. Get your vote in. Let's see if we're right or wrong. He's not there yet, and they're about to start, so. They said every day they're going to ask Mr. Adam if he wants to come to court. And if he doesn't, then they'll ask him the next day, and the next day, and the next day. I know, he got up and walked away. I don't blame him. Yep, it's a leap year, leapfrog. Oh, man. What else is going on, guys? Tonight, 7 p.m., we're going to watch the 3 hours of the shit show called #CyberSleuths. 3 fucking hours. Can you believe 3 hours? I was dying. Oh my God, Bridget Marie. Jay, I work remote and I got the girls I work with listening to you while we work. Please shout out Lisa and Mary. Lisa and Mary watching with Bridget. What's up? Let me see if I got a good sound bite for Lisa and Mary.
You're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Thank you for watching, guys, at work. I hope you guys get through your day better.
Jennifer loves horses.
That's so awesome. Like, I'm so flattered that you would share that at work. Ah! Samantha coming in with her thoughts this morning. She said the defense already put reasonable doubt in my head. Kayla lied so many times. Maybe he wasn't even there when Harmony passed. You can't believe any of these shitbags, so it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult, but Kayla will never pay for it. Regardless if she was involved or knew or did it or whatever, she will never pay the price for it because she got a deal. Sucks. Anna, that is so cool.
Why by yourself?
What is that tonight? Okay, so tonight we're going to be watching, it's on Paramount Plus. It's called #CyberSleuths, and it's about the Idaho 4 and content creators that, I guess, create misinformation. I really don't know how to take that whole thing. Good morning, Lauren, mom of 6 in Houston. Bless you. Bless you for those 6 Rugrats you got. That's awesome. My mom had 6 too. %91 of you don't think Adam's going to be there. I don't either. Good morning, Walter Connolly. Good morning, sir. Let us know where you're tuning in from, too. What state? Yeah, I know it is. Like, we all want justice, Samantha, but it's like, you can't believe any of these shitbags. It's really hard to believe them, any of them. Ooh, Flo. It's getting hot in here, Flo. It is getting hot in here. Flo might have a hot date.
So hot in here.
Oh my God, that's weird, Kendi. Because I don't ever say bless you. It's weird. Mega says it's weird how lies can get spread and also how they still get the truth out there. The coffer's back. For Christ's sake.
Okay. All right. All rise for the jury, please.
Stand up.
Tennessee. My pup is in Idaho. I agree with you, Robin Malete. I love saying your name, by the way. Good morning, Fernando. Don't call my name. Don't call my name. Fernando. I'm not your babe. I'm not your babe. Fernando. Whatever she says. Good morning, Michelle T. Good morning, Tamara from Ontario. We love Fernando.
Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Mrs. Pete, wasn't it like 60 there
Whenever the state is
yesterday?
ready, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Kayla Montgomery.
Kayla. Kayla coming in hot with Kayla first up. Kayla. Kayla's first. Holy shit. Someone said she was blonde. Wow, she looks different. She's put on some weight. She's healthy. She's not using. Is she in jail? Oh, and speaking of Super Bowl, get your Super Bowl squares in the Discord.
Just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You make yourself some water there. Kayla, can you begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Kayla Montgomery, Kayla
Montgomery.
And how old are you, Kayla?
33.
Where do you currently live?
I am in the correctional facility for women's in Concord, New Hampshire.
How long have you been there?
For over a year.
Kayla, why are you currently incarcerated?
For perjury, for lying to the jury about the whereabouts of where I was and where Harmony was.
And when you say lying to the jury, was that the grand jury?
Yes.
Did you also lie to the police?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
Because I was scared, and I was told by Adam to stick with that story, that I got dropped off at work at Dunkin' Donuts, where I no longer worked at that time, and to say that he was bringing Harmony to meet her mother, Crystal, and that he dropped her off with her. And then when he came to pick me up from work, which I was not working there at the time, he didn't have her in the car, which that was a lie.
That story that you just told, that was what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
It's what you told the police?
Yes.
And was that in fact what happened?
No.
You said you've been sentenced for lying.
Yes.
You're living at the prison. Do you understand the consequences of providing false testimony?
Yes.
And since those lies, since your time in prison, have you sat down with investigators? Have you sat down with the Attorney General's office and provided additional statements?
Yes.
How many times?
About 4 times.
How many hours?
A couple hours at a time when they've came to see me, or I've gone out to the office to meet with them.
Did you reach a plea agreement with the state?
Yes.
And that was on the perjury charges?
Yes.
Other charges were dismissed, is that right?
Yes.
The story that you just told about the defendant dropping Harmony off with Crystal, who came up with that story?
Adam.
Why did you stick to it?
Because I was scared for myself and my children that are also Adam's, and for him, because I didn't want anybody to get in trouble, and I was scared.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Kayla, you referred to Harmony Montgomery just now. How do you know her?
She's Adam's daughter, and we started a year after we got together. He was working on getting custody of her, and he had to work to get custody of her. He wasn't just given her, and it took 4 years to get custody of her. And during those 4 years, we both visited her each week for a couple hours.
Was she your stepdaughter?
Yes.
Showing this witness what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 98 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Who's depicted in this image?
Harmony and myself.
And can you point to Harmony? And is there a date associated with this image?
Yes, July 7th, 2019.
And do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of Harmony on that day?
Yes.
Who's the other person depicted in that picture with Harmony?
Myself.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you that day?
Yeah.
Do you know who took this photo?
I did.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd move to strike the ID and mark as full, State's Exhibit 98,
Any objection? No objection.
and publish.
The ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit, and it may be published to the jury.
Kayla, what were you and Harmony doing in this photograph?
We were taking pictures and laughing, playing. We always did silly pictures.
You mentioned getting custody of Harmony at some point. Do you remember when that was?
It was the month of February of 2019.
And where were you living when you got custody of Harmony?
77 Guilford Street in Manchester, New Hampshire.
When you got custody of Harmony, was she potty trained?
Yes.
Was she potty trained after you got her or before you got her?
Before.
Did she have accidents when you first got her?
No.
So you mentioned 77 Guilford Street. When did you move into that home?
It was in 2018. Probably around April or May. I think it was around that time.
Whose home was it?
Adam's grandmother's, Helen Montgomery.
Did she live there with you at any point?
Yes, when we were staying there in the beginning, she lived there.
And in the beginning, who else lived there with you?
Adam's uncle, Kevin Montgomery, Adam's brother, Michael Montgomery, and Adam's brother's girlfriend, Kayla. I don't remember her last name.
Another Kayla, though.
Yeah. And myself and Adam, and we had Seamus.
How old was Seamus when you moved into that house?
About to turn 1.
Would you recognize that Guilford Street house if you saw it today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach you?
Yes?
May I approach you? Kayla, I'm handing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibits 1 and 2. Can you look at those for me, please?
That's the house. And this was Harmony's room.
And do you recognize the items that are depicted in those exhibits?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what's contained in those exhibits?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 1 and 2.
They're already full? I think they are,
Already
I think
full.
they're already full. Yeah.
I move to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Kayla, State's Exhibit 2, what can you tell us about this room?
Adam and I helped decorate this room right before Harmony came to live at Guilford Street. And she really likes Minnie Mouse.
And when you say she really liked Minnie Mouse, who is she?
Harmony.
When you say you helped decorate the room, what did you do to decorate it?
Got the Minnie Mouse wall decor that stick to the wall, and got her a whole new bed set, blankets and sheets,
There's no bed in that photo, but was Harmony's bed in that room?
Yes.
Where would it have been located in relation to that image?
Right next to the window.
And Kayla, whose room was that prior to Harmony moving in?
It was Helen Montgomery's room.
Kayla, I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 10 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, it was Harmony's toothbrush.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of Harmony's toothbrush?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 10.
Any objection? No. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
Kayla, you mentioned that Helen moved out and Harmony took over her room.
Yes, she moved out of the room, but she was still living at the house.
Did she eventually leave the house?
Yes.
When was that?
In May of 2019,
Do you know where she went?
Florida.
Kayla, I want to turn your attention to July of 2019, so several months after Helen moved out. Were you still living in the Guilford Street home in July of 2019?
Yes.
And who was living there with you at that point?
It was myself and Adam and his uncle Kevin. And it was Seamus and our son Declan and Harmony. And his brother Michael and his girlfriend Kayla were still living there for a couple weeks until they moved out and went to Florida with her.
You mentioned this earlier, but where were you working at that point in your life?
I was working at Dunkin' Donuts.
Were you eventually terminated from your work at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes.
For donuts?
Because I was stealing money from the register.
Did you admit to stealing money?
Yes.
Did you actually write a letter acknowledging that you had stolen?
Yes.
Did you take responsibility for what you'd done at Dunkin'?
Yes.
You mentioned that in July of 2019, Kevin Montgomery was still living in the Guilford Street home.
Yes.
Did he eventually leave for Florida after Helen?
I don't remember where he went. I remember Helen had surgery. She had open triple bypass surgery. And I don't remember if Kevin went to Florida. And I think he went to Mass too. I don't remember where he went.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember him being gone from the house for several weeks?
Yes.
And let's talk about that period where Kevin's gone from the house. Okay. You were still working at that point?
Yes.
What were your hours like at work?
I worked 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. And I also covered shifts if they needed help.
The 3 children that you mentioned,
Yes.
where were they when you were at work?
With Adam.
And so in July of 2019, your youngest, Declan, how old would he have been?
He was about 6 months old.
And you said you were working from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.?
Yes.
Did you like that setup?
Yes.
When you would get home from work at 2 p.m., what would you do? What would your day look like?
I would come back home and help take care of the kids and feed them regularly, get them ready for bed later. We'd watch movies or they'd be playing.
You mentioned Kevin Montgomery leaving for some period.
Yes.
Did he return to the home at some point?
Yes, he showed up with Helen.
So before that, though, in July of 2019, did he
Yeah.
return to the home at some point?
I don't remember.
Do you remember overhearing a conversation between Kevin and the defendant, Adam?
Yes.
What was the tone of that conversation?
They were arguing about a situation that happened with Harmony.
What was Kevin's tone in that argument? How did he sound?
He sounded angry.
What did Kevin say in that conversation? May we approach?
Yes?
Okay, so far I'm finding her to be believable. I'm finding what she's saying to be credible. She's admitting that she did things wrong. I mean, we've seen people take the stand and not admit they did things wrong, but she's kind of laying it all out there, I think. And Meg P, I did. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone who sent PayPals, Venmos, Cash Apps. And if you guys can please try to use that J for J411, check it out. If you don't like it, I get it, but it'll still put it on screen like a super chat, and it bypasses YouTube getting their 45% of that super chat. Just another way to tip, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Kayla, you mentioned Kevin sounded angry.
Yes.
Was this a quiet conversation?
No.
How would you describe it?
Yelling at each other back and forth. Argumentative. Yeah, it was just loud and angry.
Where were you during this conversation?
In the living room of the house in Guilford Street.
And where were the children?
Playing.
Did you understand what they were talking about?
Yes. I know that they were arguing about a black eye that Harmony had. That I was told that.
So the black eye that Harmony
Yeah.
had you seen that before that argument?
Yes.
And tell this jury where you saw that black eye.
On the
First
side.
time you saw it.
It was on the side of her face right here. It was really red. It didn't really turn black and blue until like the next day.
So the first day you saw it, when it was red, really red, how did you see that? Where were you?
I came home from work and I saw her face and it was red, and I was told that.
And let me stop you there. You came home from work.
Yeah.
So this would have been around 2 p.m.?
Yeah.
Did you have an understanding of where Harmony had been that day?
Yes.
And tell us where that was.
She was at home at Guilford Street
Who was she at home with?
with Adam and Uncle Kevin and Seamus and Declan.
And when you got home, when you saw this injury, the redness to Harmony's eye, did you ask the defendant what happened to her?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That her and Seamus were playing and Seamus hit her in the face with the lightsaber by accident.
After you heard that confrontation between the defendant and Kevin, did you confront the defendant?
Yes, I asked him.
And at that point, did he tell you a new story about this injury to Harmony's eye?
No, it was the same. Well, yeah, he ended up telling me after
What was the new story he told you?
that he ended up hitting her in the face because she covered our son's mouth because he was crying and he was in the bathroom. He went to the bathroom. Declan was crying and Harmony had her hand over his mouth, and he came out of the bathroom and saw that, and his lips were blue, or purple blue, and he hit her.
Did he describe how he hit her?
He smacked her in the face.
Did he acknowledge causing that injury to her?
Yes.
Do you know a Demetrios Soros with DCYF?
Yes.
Did he come to the house after that interaction between Kevin and the defendant?
Yes.
Did you know at the time what the purpose of his visit was?
Yes.
What was it?
DCYF got called about the children not being taken care of, and that Adam was abusing his daughter.
When Mr. Soros arrived at your home, what did the defendant do with Harmony?
He left with her. He grabbed Harmony and left with her.
He grabbed her and left?
Yeah.
Did you have a conversation with Demetrios that day?
Yes.
In that conversation, did you cover for the defendant?
Yes.
Why?
Because I didn't want him to get in trouble.
Was there a period in 2019 when you no longer lived at the house on Guilford Street?
Yes.
And tell us how that came to be.
We ended up getting evicted from the house in November of 2019, the day before Thanksgiving, because the mortgage wasn't being paid.
And, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes?
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that the court take judicial notice that the day before Thanksgiving in 2019 was November 27th.
The court takes judicial notice that the day before Thanksgiving in 2019 was November 27th, 2019.
Kayla, why were you evicted from the home?
Because the mortgage wasn't getting paid.
And after you were evicted, where did you begin living?
In our car,
What kind of vehicle was it?
a Chrysler Sebring.
When you began living in that car, who were you with?
It was myself and Adam, Harmony, and the two boys
Where were you sleeping during that period?
in the car
Where would you keep the car?
behind Colonial Village in Manchester.
Why Colonial Village?
Because that's where our friend lived,
What was your friend's name?
Anthony Bodero.
Did you tell Mr. Badero that you were living there in that parking lot?
He asked us not to, but yes.
And so, can you just describe the sleeping arrangement in that vehicle for you and your family at the time?
So Adam would sleep in the driver's seat. I slept in the passenger seat. And Harmony was behind the passenger seat. And the baby, Declan, was in the middle. And Seamus was behind the driver's seat.
Kayla, I asked you earlier about whether Harmony was potty trained when you got custody of her. And I believe you said she was.
Yes.
Did that change at some point after the eviction?
Yes.
And tell the jury about that. What happened to Harmony?
She wouldn't let us know when she had to use the bathroom. And so she was peeing in the car, just in her seat that she was sitting in. And she wouldn't tell us that she had to use the bathroom.
Was she only peeing, or was she having other accidents at the time?
She was also pooping.
How frequently was this occurring for Harmony?
A lot. Like, at least every day.
And did those accidents, did they increase in frequency the longer you were in that car?
Yes.
How was the defendant responding when she had these accidents?
Getting angry.
Would he do anything physically to her when she had accidents?
Yeah, he would smack her.
And what does that mean, that he would smack her?
He would smack her in the face, or on her leg, or in her hand.
Were these soft smacks,
No.
hard smacks, or something else?
They were like hurt, stung smacks.
What makes you say hurt, stung smacks?
Because she would cry during, like, whenever she got smacked by him, and I could hear it, and it sounds like it hurt.
I'm sorry, you could hear the crying or you could hear the smack?
Smack and the crying.
When you say she was crying, who's she?
Harmony.
Those strikes, were they manifesting in any way on Harmony?
Yes.
How were they manifesting on her?
The more accidents she had, the more he would get angry, and he would hit her repetitively.
Was the defendant causing visible injuries to Harmony?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And tell us about those injuries.
When he would hit her, she started getting black eyes and bruises on her face, on her legs. Yeah.
Did you ever see her bleed as a result of being struck by him?
No, I didn't see that.
Did you ever see the defendant attempt to cover Harmony?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how he did that?
He would cover her with a comforter that we had in the car
Why would he cover her?
so nobody could see her.
How often would he cover Harmony?
All the time. Anytime that we had interference with anybody, no matter who it was.
Was this only when you went out in public, or was it when you were still in that parking lot, or both?
Both.
Kayla, were you involved in a car accident on November 29th of 2019?
Yes.
And I want to turn your attention to that day. Who were you with that day?
Tabitha, Scott,
Who else was in the vehicle during that accident?
Adam, myself, Harmony, and the two boys.
Who was driving?
Adam.
That Sebring, did you regularly drive it? Did you drive it at all?
Yeah, I didn't drive it, but he did. He had the license, I did not.
You didn't have a license at the time.
No.
So you said that Adam was driving, the defendant was driving the vehicle. Where were you in position to the rest of the people in the vehicle?
I was sitting with Harmony in the back seat behind the passenger side.
And where was Harmony?
Next to me and Declan. She was in between.
And where was Seamus?
In his car seat on the other side of Declan.
Would that have been behind the driver's seat?
Yes.
You mentioned a Tabitha Scott.
Yes.
Who was she to you?
She's been one of my friends for a long time.
And she was in the car with you that day?
Yes.
Where was she seated?
In the passenger seat.
And what was Tabitha Scott doing with you that day?
We were going to get drugs.
And can you just walk us through the accident, how it occurred?
There was a stop sign, and it was an intersection. There was a stop sign. It was a four-way intersection, and there was a truck that went through their stop sign, and we already had stopped, so we were going, and ended up hitting that car, the truck.
Did law enforcement respond to that accident?
Yes.
Did you see an officer?
Yes.
Were the officers able to see Harmony?
No.
Tell the jurors why not.
Adam didn't want the officers to see her because she had black eyes, so she was covered with a blanket.
Were there other people, specific individuals, that he would cover Harmony up and keep her hidden from?
Yes.
And tell us who those individuals were.
It was Anthony Madero, and when Tabby was in the car, she didn't look at her, she didn't see her, but she knew she was in the car.
Kayla, so this accident occurred on November 29th.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to December 7th of 2019.
Yeah.
Does that day stand out to you?
Yes.
Why?
It's the date that Harmony passed away.
The day that Harmony passed away?
Yeah.
Were you still living in the car at that point?
Yes.
Were you still sleeping in the Colonial Village parking lot?
Yes.
You mentioned Harmony having accidents and then becoming more frequent at that point. On December 7th, was she still having those accidents?
Yes.
And had they increased in frequency?
Yes.
Did Harmony have an accident first thing in the morning?
Yes.
And that would have been before you started your day?
Yes.
What happened when she had that accident?
Adam repetitively kept punching her in the head.
So I want to break that up. That morning, where did you wake up?
At Colonial Village.
And what happened first thing in the morning that morning?
We went to the methadone clinic.
And before you left for the methadone clinic, did Harmony have an accident?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do before you went to the methadone clinic? What did the defendant do to Harmony after that accident?
He was yelling and screaming at her and punching her in the head.
How did she react to that?
She was crying.
You mentioned the methadone clinic. Was that Habit Opco?
Yes.
And what did you do at the methadone clinic that morning?
Got my dose of methadone, and Adam got his also.
And do you remember who went in first?
No, I don't remember who went first.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes?
Kayla, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 89.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask that you review the second page. And this page, paying careful attention to the times.
Okay.
The item I just handed you, what is that?
Our dose history from our the clinic.
And that's Habit Opco.
Yes.
And having looked at those records, do you recall who went into the clinic first that morning?
Yes, I did.
What time was that at?
7:04 in the morning.
And what time did the defendant go in?
It was 7:09 in the morning.
Your Honor, at this time I move to strike ID of State's Exhibit 89 and mark as full.
Any objection? No objection. The ID is stricken and entered as a full exhibit.
Kayla, can you tell the jurors what happened when Adam returned to the vehicle after his methadone treatment?
When Adam came back to the vehicle, he could smell urine, and he started yelling at Harmony and kept hitting her in the head repetitively.
Where were you when he smelt that accident? Where was the vehicle when he smelled that accident?
In front of the methadone clinic.
Did you discuss going somewhere with him at any point that morning? Going to get food?
Yes. I asked to go to Burger King.
You asked to go to Burger King.
Yes.
And so at some point, did he begin driving the vehicle?
Yes.
Was that before or after he repeatedly struck Harmony?
After.
What was Harmony doing at that point when he started driving the vehicle?
She was crying a lot.
She was crying a lot?
Yeah. And she was making a weird noise.
Was she saying anything?
No.
And Kayla, I want you to walk the jurors through in as much detail as you can what happened on your route from Habit Opco to that Burger King.
Adam was getting really angry from Harmony peeing in the car, and he repetitively kept punching her on the way to Burger King, and there were a couple red lights, and when we were at red lights, he would go over the driver's seat, like in between the passenger seat, and he was just punching her repetitively in the head.
And you've said there were several times where he punched her repetitively in the head.
Yes.
How many times did he hit her?
I can't count. I don't know.
Were you counting?
No, I wasn't.
How many lights did that car come to where he repetitively struck her?
At least 2 or 3.
Between Habit Opco and the Burger King, did the defendant say anything to Harmony?
Told her to shut the fuck up. Stop crying.
You said she was making a weird noise.
Yes.
Can you describe it?
It was like, I can't even describe it. It was like a moaning kind of noise, but crying. It was just weird. I can't explain it.
Did you try to help Harmony while he was striking her?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you did to try to help.
I put my arm up and said to stop, but he looked at me and he gave me this look that was like evil. It's his crazy eyes. I didn't like it, and I couldn't stop him from hitting her, because the look that he gave me was scary. I was scared.
What were you feeling when he looked at you like that?
Like he was either gonna hit me or just, I don't know. It was weird. And that was like one of the first times that I've seen him look at me like that.
Was it the last time you saw him look at you like that?
No.
Okay, and we'll talk about that more. But I want to focus on this drive. You said that Harmony's crying. She's making this weird noise.
Yeah.
Where was she in the vehicle?
She was behind the passenger seat.
And who was in front of her in that car?
I was.
You described the defendant almost coming over the seat.
Yes.
Was he still driving at that point?
Some, kind of. Between the red lights, and it was definitely at the red lights. I remember that.
How was he striking her?
By punching her in the head.
Where were your other 2 children at that time?
In the back seat.
And what were they doing?
They had no idea what was going on.
How old were they?
Seamus was about 2.5, and Declan was 11 months old.
Did you look back at Harmony at any point?
No,
Why not?
because I was scared.
What were you scared of?
If Adam was gonna say something, or if he hurt her really bad, it was gonna look really bad.
You were scared of what Harmony would look like? That attempt to intervene, were you successful in that?
No.
Did he stop after that?
Shortly after that,
Shortly after that. Did he say anything to you when he stopped?
he said he thinks that he really hurt her. And he felt something.
When he said that he thinks he really hurt her, where was the vehicle at that point?
At Burger King?
At the Burger King?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do after he stopped hitting Harmony, after he said, I think I really hurt her?
Nothing.
Did you order food from Burger King?
Yes.
Where was Adam when you were ordering food from Burger King?
In the driver's seat.
Did you go inside to the Burger King or something else?
No. I don't remember going in there.
Did you go through the drive-thru?
Yes.
And so who ordered the food?
Adam did.
And what did you do with the food that he had ordered?
Ate it, gave some to the kids.
Where were you when you ate the food?
In the parking lot
Which parking lot?
of Burger King.
Now, the kids were behind you at that point.
Yes.
Is that what you testified to?
Yes.
And who gave them food?
I did.
Did you see Harmony when you were giving them food?
No.
Why not?
Because she was under the blanket.
Who put her under the blanket?
Adam.
That's the same blanket that you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
The same blanket he would cover her with?
Yes.
Where did you go from the Burger King parking lot, Kayla?
Went back to Colonial Village
And how did you get there?
with the vehicle, Adam driving.
Was Harmony still under the blanket when you arrived at Colonial Village?
Yes.
And that moaning that you mentioned, that weird noise that she was making, was she still making it?
No.
How long did that noise that she was making last?
I don't remember. It wasn't. I don't remember. I don't remember if it was too long. I don't remember if it was after we were at Colonial Village for a little bit, or if it was before.
But that moaning, did it eventually stop?
Yes.
Did you check on Harmony at any point after the moaning stopped?
No.
Did Adam?
No.
Why didn't you check on her?
Because I was scared.
When you arrived at the Colonial Village parking lot, when you arrived back there, what did you and the defendant do?
We got drugs and got high.
When you say we got drugs and got high, what drugs did you get, Kayla?
Heroin and crack.
And how long did you use those drugs for in that parking lot?
We were there for probably 10 or 15 minutes.
Where did you go from the Colonial Village parking lot?
I don't remember where we were going, but I know we left.
You left at some point.
Yes.
And what happened when you left the parking lot?
We made it to the next street over, going towards Elm Street, and the car died when we got to the traffic light, and it wouldn't start or anything, and so we were stuck without a vehicle.
What was the defendant doing when the car died?
He was trying to get a jump, and there was no jumping the vehicle, and so we ended up having to leave it. And when we were getting out of the car and getting the kids out of the car, Harmony had passed away.
Let's talk about that. When you say Harmony had passed away, when did you realize that Harmony had passed away?
When Adam was trying to wake her up and she didn't reply or anything.
Was he saying things to her to try to wake her up?
Yeah, he said Harmony, and he kept saying baby girl, like, and trying to budge her, and there was nothing.
Was he touching her?
Yes.
What was he doing to her body at that point?
Trying to figure out what to do, and getting all the kids out of the car. He took the duffel bag that was in the trunk, and and put her in the duffel bag.
You mentioned this duffel bag from the trunk.
Yeah.
Had you seen that duffel bag before, Kayla? What was it used
Yes.
for?
When we got kicked out of the house, we put clothes in there for everybody. And it was in the trunk of the car.
Did you see him put Harmony in that duffel bag?
Yes.
How did he put her in there, Kayla?
He, like, folded her in half and put her in the duffel bag.
Did he call 911 at any point?
No.
Did you?
No.
And when you saw him put her in that duffel bag, did you attempt to get away, to run?
No.
Why not?
They had the two other kids, and I was scared.
Scared of?
That something would happen to me or Adam and the kids.
You said you saw him put her in that duffel bag, fold her up and put her in there.
Yes.
What did her face look like when you saw her go into that bag?
It was all black and blue, and her face was puffy. Her eyes were puffy.
Did he say anything to you after he put her in that duffel bag?
I don't remember.
What did you do after he put her in the duffel bag?
We took the kids and we walked back to Colonial Village.
What did you do once you arrived at Colonial Village?
put the bag in the snowbank so Anthony wouldn't see it.
I'm sorry, so that who wouldn't see it, Kayla?
Anthony.
That's Anthony Badero.
Yes.
Where was the snowbank that you put? And sorry, let me clarify. Who put her in a snowbank?
Adam.
Where was that snowbank that he put her in?
In the embankment from the parking lot.
What was around that snow embankment?
A dumpster. And cars and snow.
And you said he put it in there so that Anthony Badero wouldn't see.
Yeah.
What did the defendant do after he put that duffel bag in the snowbank?
Left her there. And we got a ride from Badero to get the stuff out of our car.
And where was your car at that point?
It was at that street. We ended up leaving it, and when we came to the car, it was already getting towed.
So Mr. Badero gave you a ride back to your vehicle?
Yes.
Were you able to get belongings out of the vehicle?
Yes.
And who did that? Who got those items out?
Adam and myself.
That vehicle was your home at the time.
Yes.
What did you do after that in terms of a shelter?
Badero let us sleep in his car for the weekend until I figured something out.
Just for the weekend?
Yeah.
Is that what you had asked him for, or is that what he said, just for the weekend?
That's what he said.
And what kind of vehicle did Mr. Badero have?
An Audi.
Do you remember what color it was?
Blue.
Was it a car, a sedan, or an SUV?
A car.
And I want to talk about the time that you were living in that car that weekend. Where was Harmony's body at that point when you were living in Mr. Badero's vehicle?
In the trunk of the car.
And did the defendant ever move it from the trunk of the car to another location?
Yes.
Where would he put it?
Near the dumpster.
Why?
So Anthony wouldn't see it.
Was it cold outside at the time?
Yes.
You mentioned snow. Was there snow on the ground?
Yes.
Did something happen to the vehicle that first night you were staying in Mr. Badero's car?
Yes, the battery died.
What did the defendant do when the battery died?
Used somebody's phone and called Miss Frayne.
Is that Kimberly Frayne?
Yes.
Are you aware of him communicating with any other people regarding the dead car?
Not that I remember.
At that time, did the defendant have a Facebook account?
Yes.
Do you know if he had a Facebook account?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
But you recall a call to Miss Frayne.
Yes.
And what happened after that call?
She showed up with a battery pack jumper to jump the car.
Was she successful in jumping the car?
Yes.
And what were you doing while that was going on?
I was in the car with the kids.
Where was Miss Frayne?
Outside of the car with
Where-
Adam.
I was going to ask, where was the defendant? Where was Harmony at that point when the car was being jumped?
In the trunk of the car.
What did you and the defendant do for food during your time in Mr. Badero's car?
Badero bought us pizza and brought it down to the car.
You mentioned being there for 2 nights.
Yes.
And the first night the battery died?
Yes.
When was the pizza given to you?
I think it was the next night. Because he did give us food. For a couple of dinners, he gave us food. We had the pizza and stuff like that.
Could you repeat that, please?
A couple of nights we got pizza.
And did you leave Mr. Badero's vehicle after that weekend?
Yes.
After those 2 nights you left?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors where you went?
I went to my aunt's house.
And what's your aunt's name?
Kimberly Simmons.
Where did Miss Simmons live at the time?
In Manchester.
Was she on South Main Street?
Yes.
And how did you get to your aunt's home?
Bodero dropped us off.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I wonder how cross is going to be for her, eh?
So, Kayla, I'm going to hand you.
They're going to slam her because
3
they're
exhibits.
blaming her, right?
And I'm just going to ask that you look at the first one and look at what you need when you're done. So that first one, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25 for identification, do you recognize what's depicted on that item?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what it is?
It's the apartment that my aunt lived in.
That again is on South Main Street.
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your aunt's apartment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 25.
Any objection? No objection. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Now, Kayla, when Mr. Badero dropped you, the defendant, and your 2 children off, where was Harmony's body?
In the duffel bag.
And who had that duffel bag?
Adam.
And what did he do with that duffel bag when you got to your aunt's house?
He placed it under the porch.
And you pointed at the exhibit just now. If you could just hold it up and show the jurors where you're pointing.
Here.
Can you show me where you pointed? Taylor, if you can take a look at it, Exhibit 20, 26, and 27, what's been marked as ID for 26 and 27. What's depicted on those 2 items, Kayla?
The porch. Up close.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your aunt's porch?
Yes.
Is there a difference in the 2 photos?
Yes. 27 has measuring tape, looks like.
And Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 26 and 27.
The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
And I move to publish these to the jury.
You may.
You mentioned the defendant putting Harmony's body in that duffel bag under the porch? Your aunt's
Yes.
home?
Yes.
This is the porch that he put her under?
Yes.
Did he go into the home that day, into your aunt's home?
Yes.
How long were you there for, Kayla?
A few hours, because we were trying to figure out where to go.
What was the purpose of your trip to your aunt's home?
To talk, so that she could talk to my mother, so that she'll let us stay at her place.
What's your mother's name?
Christina Lubin.
So if I understand, you wanted your aunt to talk to your mother?
Yeah.
Did you end up seeing your mother that day?
Yes.
How did you come to see her that day?
She came to pick us all up, myself, Adam, and the kids, the two boys,
Where was Harmony at that point?
in a duffel bag.
And how did your mother pick you up? How did she arrive at your aunt's home?
She came in her van.
And what happened to that bag that Harmony was in when your mother came to pick you up?
We put it in the van.
And when you say we put it in the van, who put it in the van?
Adam.
How long did Harmony's body stay in the van?
Probably about 5 to 10 minutes.
Was it in there while you were traveling somewhere?
Yes.
Where were you going?
To my mother's place.
Did the defendant keep Harmony's body in the van?
For the drive, yes.
What did he do with Harmony's body when you arrived at your mother's home?
He took it out of the van and put her on the side near the trash at first until he figured out where to put her.
And what did he figure out in terms of where to put her?
There was a cooler in the hall walkway that the residents used to get in and out of the building, and it was on my mom's floor level in the hallway. And he put the he put the duffel bag in the cooler.
And what was in the duffel bag at that point?
Harmony.
So he removed her from the trash and he put her in this cooler.
Yes.
Her body was still in the duffel bag at that point?
Yes.
May I approach her?
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
So I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28 for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the cooler that was on the porch in my mom's hallway.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the cooler?
Yes.
That's what it looked like?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 28.
No objection. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
I move to publish.
Yes, you may.
Kayla, how did Harmony's body fit into this cooler?
Adam pushed it in the cooler so it would fit.
Is that something you saw him do?
Yes.
Were there any noises when he did that?
Not that I remember.
How long was she stored in that cooler for?
For a couple weeks.
And how long did you stay with your mother for? How long were you with Christina Lubin?
For a couple weeks.
Did her body stay in that cooler for the entire time You were with your mother.
Yes.
Why?
I honestly don't know.
How often did you see that cooler when you were living with your mother?
Every day, multiple times a day,
Where was the cooler kept?
in the hallway.
Was that your mother's hallway, or was it?
It was access to everybody who lived in the building, but it was on the level of my mom's apartment.
And tell us about that hallway. What else was kept there?
I don't remember.
Were there other items in that hallway?
I don't remember.
Where did you go after living with your mother?
To the FIT shelter, Families in Transition.
And when you moved to the Families in Transition shelter, is that FIT, the FIT shelter?
Yes.
When you moved to the FIT shelter, where was Harmony's body?
Adam put her in the ceiling, in the vent of the room that we stayed in.
What room did you stay in while you lived in the Families in Transition shelter, Kayla?
It was the first room. It was room 1.
And how did he access the ceiling to store her in there?
He used the bunk bed and climbed up in the ceiling.
Was there something that allowed him to access the ceiling that was above that bunk bed?
There was a vent.
And who slept under that vent?
The kids.
Where did the defendant sleep?
We all slept on the floor on the mattresses.
So Kayla, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification of States Exhibit 30 through 34. Can you please look at each of these items in turn and describe what's depicted in them?
This is the outside of the family shelter.
And that's States Exhibit 30.
And this is the door to room 1, and next to it is the second room.
And that's Exhibit 30.
This is the room.
I'm just going to ask to move it a little away from the microphone. Thank you.
And when you say this is the room, whose room was that?
It was the room that we stayed in.
And that setup, the way the room is set up, is that similar to how it was when you lived there?
Yes.
And that's States Exhibit 32. Let's go to States Exhibit 33. What is depicted there?
The vent above the bed.
And what happened with that vent?
Adam moved it so he could go in the ceiling.
Now, did you ever touch that vent, Kayla?
No.
And States Exhibit 34?
It's the vent.
Are those fair and accurate representations? Is that consistent with your memory of what those items looked like?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full States Exhibit 30 through 34.
Any objection?
Only through 34.
Okay. All right, the ID is stricken. Those are entered as full exhibits and may be published to the jury.
And so, Kayla, I'm holding up what's been marked, or what's been admitted as States Exhibit 30. What is this item? What is depicted here?
The outside of the family shelter.
And how long did you live at this shelter for?
A month and a half almost.
And States Exhibit 30? What's depicted in this image?
The room that was the one we stayed in was on the left side, room 1, and the other room is the second one next to it.
So you stayed in room 1,
Yes,
and you mentioned room 2 being beside it.
yes,
In States Exhibit 32 and 33, you mentioned that this was consistent with what the room looked like when you lived there,
yes,
and those are the bunk beds that you mentioned.
yes,
And you said you could see the vent that was used in these images.
yes.
And can you remind the jury what's in States Exhibit 34?
That's the vent that he climbed up to and put Harmony in the ceiling.
When you say he climbed up to put Harmony in the ceiling, who is he?
Adam,
At the time you were living at the Families in Transition shelter, was there anything going on with Harmony's body? Was she having any changes? Or was her body having any changes?
yes.
And I want you to tell the jurors what those changes were.
You could smell a horrible smell that was coming through the vents.
Do you remember that horrible smell?
Yes,
Did maintenance come at some point while you were living there because of that smell?
yes.
And what happened when those maintenance workers came?
Adam took her back down from out of the ceiling and brought the bag in the bathroom.
And what happened when Adam brought Harmony down from the ceiling?
That she was starting to smell and there was fluid leaking.
So you smelled her. And did you see the fluid?
No, I didn't see it.
How do you know about the fluid that was leaking?
Adam said that.
What did he say?
He said that there was blood up in the ceiling and fluid.
And so what did he do with that duffel bag containing Harmony after he removed her from the ceiling because of maintenance?
He put her in a trash bag.
I'm showing you it's been marked as States Exhibit 52 for identification.
Yes.
Kayla, do you recognize the item that's depicted in this image?
Yes.
What is that?
The CMC diaper bag.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the CMC diaper bag?
Yes.
And how about States Exhibit 53?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation
Yes.
of the item that's depicted?
Yes.
And what is that item?
It's the bag that Adam put Harmony in.
So you mentioned garbage bags that he put her in.
Yes.
What did he put those garbage bags into, if anything?
He put the garbage bags inside that bag.
So, Your Honor, at this point I move to strike ID, strike what's been marked as ID and mark as full States Exhibit 52 and 53.
An objection?
And I move to publish, sorry.
52 and 53, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits and they may be published to the jury.
Thank you. Kayla, how did Harmony's body fit into this bag?
Adam squished her in it.
I'm sorry, can you say that a little bit louder?
Adam squished her into the bag.
Kayla, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 85. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this similar to that CMC bag?
Yes.
Is it in fact identical to that CMC bag?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point I move to strike the ID of State's Exhibit 85 and mark as full and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
No objection.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
So the defendant put Harmony into garbage bags and he squished her into a bag like this one?
Yes.
And this again was at the Families in Transition shelter.
Yes.
Where did he do that to her?
In the bathroom of the room that we stayed in.
Were you in the bathroom with him when he did that?
No.
Did you hear anything when he was doing that to her in the bathroom?
I heard a loud bang.
Could you see what was going on in there?
No.
You mentioned the defendant stuffing Harmony into the duffel bag
Yes.
at that intersection in the car guide.
Yes.
And then you mentioned him squishing her into this bag.
Yes.
Did she fill that bag, that CMC bag that you just saw?
Yes.
Her body filled that bag?
Yes.
And what did he do with the bag after he put her in there?
He put her back in the ceiling.
You mentioned being at the Families in Transition shelter for a month and a half.
Yes.
During that time, did the defendant begin discussing disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her body?
No.
At some point, did he begin discussing disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her body?
Yes.
And what was his plan? What was his idea for getting rid of her?
To use lime. And dismember her.
What did he believe that lime would do if he used it on her body?
Speculation unless it's fixed.
Did the
The objection is sustained. So you can rephrase the question, please.
Did the defendant tell you what he believed lime would do if he used it on Harmony's body?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That it will help decay her body.
That it would help decay her body?
Yes.
Did he tell you what he believed dismembering her would do?
No.
But he told you that that was his plan?
Yes.
Counsel, can you approach for just a minute?
If you guys are just joining, this is Adam Montgomery's wife. She is the first witness of the day. She's been the only witness that has been on the stand today.
As I had
It's
said
been awful.
to you, we will take a mid-morning break. I think this is a good time to do that. I'm going to ask the witness for the moment.
Jury
Please
needs a
remain
break.
on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I remind you, don't discuss the evidence that you've heard, this case, with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up anything on your phones.
Yes!
Make sure you're avoiding any headlines. And we will take a 15-minute break, so we'll come back and start testimony again in about 5 of. Okay? All rise for the jurors, please.
Am I sitting?
15-minute break. Jess. I want to know who asked Jess. Yeah, the jury definitely could use a break, guys. Everybody can use a break. It's a lot.
If the witness wants to use the restroom or have a drink of water, this is a good time to do that. 15 minutes, everybody? Yes.
I believe.
Stand up!
And you may have snacks for her. I just want to make that available to her.
Okay, if Attorney Garrity, speak to the sheriff's office. If there's any issue, they can communicate with me.
I will.
Okay, thank you. All right, all set, everybody. 15 minutes. She can, Attorney Garrity. Yeah, okay.
We already have it in holding.
Okay.
Are you too?
Yeah.
So, I want her back on the stand in 15 minutes, so however you want to accomplish that is fine with me. Okay. Thank you so much.
I'm looking for Jess. There's a lot of people there today. Jess, did he ask other people who they were with? Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a juror on this trial. You guys, Brooke and Matt sitting in a tree. You crack me up, this Matt Johnson. I don't even know who Matt Johnson is. Jessica is in the courtroom, so I'm just scrolling for any updates from her. I wonder who it was. Tough tip. Her birth mother asked the whole time, begged, wrote letters, met with the mayor. Anyone who was a mandatory reporter, it was just a different jurisdiction. So where it messed up was they were in Massachusetts and New Hampshire. So what happened was, I think Massachusetts handed over Harmony without all of the proper paperwork. And by the time they got the proper paperwork, it was too late. And then the ball was dropped. I don't know what Jess is wearing today. Fourth row by the wall. So I don't know if we could see her in that shot. I guess I would have to see Matt's face to know who he is. What's his name? Matt what? Johnson. That's so basic. Like, how could I not remember that? Let's look him up because I don't know who he is. Matt Johnson, Court TV. Nope. Can't say it rings a bell. I've never seen this dude before, but he's got hella hair. Kitten thinks that she saw Jess. Oh my God, Jessica. I was so nervous. I didn't ask Jay, but he's sitting right next to me. Maybe he's another reporter and he was wondering who you were with. Adam is not there, McKenna. You know, it's so weird, Allison. You're like, the Madison DCYF is a mess. Massachusetts is like the size of a pea. Oh, he's newer. Yeah, I've never seen him before. Olive. So he used to be on True Crime Deadline podcast before Court TV, obviously. Matt Johnson. Yeah, I've never seen him. Ken doll. Why do they? It's always Ken dolls on TV. I can't. Yeah, True Crime Deadline podcast. That's him at Crime Con this year, I guess. Here he is, kind of with that Kumo look. Cuomo, whatever the fuck his name is. So he must have been given this case to cover, I guess. That's Matt Johnson. Brooke's like, no crush. I know his hair. He's beautiful. Are you sitting next to him, Jess? Is that him? No, he didn't come. He did not come, Dr. Malmo. He says to me, didn't I see you at the weapons trial? Oh my God. Jessica! Hot stuff.
So hot it hurts.
Chanley quit? Where'd she go? Is she doing her own thing? Tell him to subscribe. Tell him to tell all his friends at Court TV about us. Get with him. See if he's from Court TV. Be like, hey, where are you from? I was just in chat with the podcast on break, and I was telling them about all the media here. Where are you from? Let's get Matt on the channel. On the channel. Yes. Okay, so Jess, can you go on the site www.j4j411.live and pick out a t-shirt because Kendi wants to send you one and we can get you one probably in a few days. And that way you can have a t-shirt on. Maybe she went to another channel, that Chandley girl. She did Idaho. She went out to Idaho and stuff, and then she left. Oh, Cuomo. He won't. He's owned by News Nation. There's no way. Carmen with an E says, very much appreciate your streaming and commentary on this horrific case and Jessica's courtroom commentary. Thank you so much, Carmen with an E. Lisa says, is he hot? Are you both single? This could be an incredible love story. Well, I think if you follow Chanley's social media, she'll probably tell you where she's at. Yeah, just be like, hey, I was just chit-chatting about how horrific this testimony has been and telling everybody how much media is here today. Where are you from? Yeah. I mean, obviously he thinks if you're like media, you guys are going to be there for the next 3 weeks together. So I know Jess and Matt doing lunch. Sack lunches. We can order them sack lunches and have it delivered to the court and they can hang out in like the lunchroom in the court and talk. I thought Chanley Painter resigned. Matt came in late. He said, I hope Crystal is okay. So Matt's not the one that asked you where you were from? We're always trying to do a love connection here. Speaking of love connection, we still have to get that guy on from that Love Connection show. Remember before Thanksgiving, we watched old Love Connections and we found him and he was so awesome. We were supposed to hook up with him after the holiday. Oh, okay. They have to eat their sack lunches outside by a fountain. Okay. That sounds better. She's at another trial. Well, it was said that she left. Casual court encounters. Here's the music for that. Wow. Casual court encounters. We have Jessica and Matt from Court TV. Jessica, we love you. Tough Tiff said Chanley did resign. I'm currently trying to find out where she is going. It says she left in January 2024. Bowling for cotton balls. What a good point. She's like, hold on. Y'all, she's like, bowling with cotton balls is like, hold up. Wait a minute.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
She's like, anyone run a background on this reporter before we send one of ours? That's so true. Like, come on. We're true crime followers. Why are we throwing Jessica into this pit? That is so funny. Oh man. Yeah, that's the Judge Wapner. Yo, Cindy's back. Thank you for rejoining, Cindy. I'm glad your card came quick. You barely missed a beat, chick. Carmen with an E, I understand, and I appreciate you being here. Carmen, all you got to do is show up and hit that like button and join in, and that's all I ask for. Anything extra is definitely appreciated, but never expected. Your presence here is the main thing. Y'all are funny. It is a sisterhood here. Like, we got to look out for each other. You're right. You are so right. Jess says, I volunteered just an hour away. Are you an hour away? Can we send you gas cards? I would love to send you gas cards just to cover, your travel. Andrew, we're so happy to have you. Jess, I would love to be able to send you some gas money. I know you didn't want anything, but at least let us cover your gas. That's a hike. Please let me know. Jess, please pick out a shirt. Or do you want me to pick one out for you? I just need your size. And I need to know where to send it. And I'll get you a shirt ASAP. I'll get it today. I'll send it out today. Good morning, Leslie. Hey, Cooter. Cooter Brown. You are a brother. We got brothers here. We got sisters and brothers. Anne was here yesterday. I think you weren't here, though, Mandy. She was looking for you. She's always looking for your ass. Cheryl T says, I met my boyfriend at a funeral. You just never know. Sarah Smith is 3 miles. You should go hook up with Jess. Cindy, you are a lava lamp. Thank you so much. Medium long sleeved. Okay. If you can just email me really quick at jisforjustice@gmail and just send me a good shipping address and I will get that ordered for you. Medium long sleeved. Got it. I need paper. Lord, I need paper. You guys have been so awesome through these trials. Streaming these long trials is kind of new for me. And I think it's gone pretty well. I'm, getting the swing of this. And I appreciate your guys' patience with me as I work through getting the studio together and getting the podcast where I want it to be for all of you. It's important to me. You guys are so important to me. So medium long sleeve. And we're going to personalize hers. I'm going to put a little something extra on her shirt. What do you think we should put on it? Oh, we're almost back. I was going to say we can design it together. How about I design something for her? We need a title or something. Like I can put the printing wherever. I can put something on the back. How about we put media on the back? That'll be cute. We'll put media in like white letters. We'll make it a black long sleeve shirt. Media on the back. And then on the front, a logo here, like a left chest logo. Or I'm an OG trialer. Yeah, right. A logo and then have Jessica underneath it or something. Press or media? Security. Jeffrey for Court TV. What trial? Anna, the chat is the best. Like, and I can't take credit for that because y'all's personalities make up the chat. My colors are like, I guess, red, black, and white. Oh, they'll think it's JLR. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Okay, we'll just get her something that's low-key then. I could put the logo on the back. How about J is for Justice logo on the back and then her name on the front? Jessica, media correspondent. Yeah, I don't want to make anything huge. Sarah Smith, I am so sorry about your brother. Adam Montgomery was wearing a shirt that said staff on the back. You're so right. What? Okay. Let me show you guys. Adam Montgomery. And this is what's fun is that we can do whatever we want. Like we can design shit. We can do things together. Like this is as much your podcast as it is mine. Shannon. Informant. Put your logo on the front and back and add her name below on front. Jess is on the second row, defense side against the wall. Same spot as yesterday. Thank you, Jess. But look at this. Body cam. He was wearing a staff shirt. It says Coors on the front, but on the back, it says freaking staff. Did you see it? Oh my God. Kristen Piston, really? Are you like graphic designing, Kristen Piston? I'm like a Canva designer. I would love any help. Kristen, let me know. Because I can email you my logo if you are. She's wearing a purple shirt with a cardigan and she tried to look a little fancy schmancy. That's probably why you guys asked where you were from. Is because you were looking all profesh. Okay, so let's do a vote for what goes on the back of her shirt. Put a number 1 for logo. Put a number 2 for staff. And 3. I don't know. What was the other one? Oh, nice, Kristen. Adrian, we do. Terry has a pro account. I do too. That's what I use. Yes, just email me, Jess. I'll get you all hooked up. I don't know how that cry cut or cricket or whatever works. I know, Mandy, you're a Canva hoe. Ooh, she got dressed up for Matthew. 1 for logo, 2 for staff. It looks like logo wins. So we'll put a big logo on the back. And then we'll put a small logo with her name on the front. Oh, wow. So you guys can print out whatever you want. And then how do you get it on a shirt, though? Is it like a sticker? Jeffrey Hoffman is fangirling on Chanley Painter. You iron on or print an image on the vinyl to iron on. So you make your own iron-ons. Wow. Okay. Jess, I'm so happy. Okay. She says we're about to be back. Summer D. Remember where the cameras are and where the logo is placed. I struggle with Canva sometimes, but you can search a lot of stuff to make it easier. I won't make it too big. We're going to have to talk about this Cricut stuff. Your daughter in Canada is awesome at it. So can you do hats? So you're like, they do the cups and all that too? How does that stuff do when you wash it? Yeah, Jessica's in real time. She says we're getting ready to start. I'm just wondering, how does it do when you wash? Does it stay put? I've had too much coffee. I need something to eat. I'm shaky. Dispatch Crystal wants a Cricut. Potato. I've spent a lot of time on Canva for stuff. Yeah, Potato's good at Canva. Cricut and a heat press make my life complete. You have to hand wash. See, that's where the problem comes in.
All right, you can remain standing because we're going to bring the jurors in. Oh, do you want to get? Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, you can be seated. We're going to bring the witness in first.
Cocaine.
Summer, I think you almost have to watch tutorials or something.
Be careful of the wires, please.
So she only got 18 months. What month is she on?
All right. All rise for the jurors, please.
Stand up!
I don't have a hat now because the hat that I had was discontinued, so I have to put a new one up. I just actually removed it last night because it was discontinued. Do you guys like caps or what kind of hats? Like a distressed baseball cap or a trucker hat or beanies? What are you looking for? Hand washing would be a problem, though, because people aren't going to do that, and they're going to email me and say, the logo came off this da-da-da. You don't need to hand wash them? The only thing you do is turn it inside out. Baseball caps, trucker hats, distressed baseball cap.
You may be seated.
All right, here we go, guys. I'll see you in a little bit. Thank you again, Jess, for being there. I'll see what's in the merch shop while we're watching.
I remind you, you remain under oath.
Kayla, before, excuse me. Before we broke, you were telling us about your time in the fit shelter.
Yes.
And you mentioned the defendant taking Harmony's body out of that ceiling. She was still in the duffel bag.
Yes.
Brought her into the bathroom, is that right?
Yes.
And you said when he was in there, you couldn't see what was going on, but you heard a bang?
Yeah.
What was he doing to her?
Trying to fit her in that bag.
When you say trying to fit her into that bag, is that the bag like this one?
Yes.
And you heard a bang while he was doing that.
Yes.
Did you hear any other noises?
No.
How long was he in the fit shelter bathroom trying to fit her into this bag?
About a couple hours.
You mentioned him putting her in garbage bags and then squishing her into a bag like that one.
Yes.
The duffel bag that he had initially put her in, what happened to that duffel bag?
He got rid of it.
Do you know what he did with it?
I don't know what he did with it. But it was no longer, we didn't have it anymore.
And was that after the bathroom?
Yes.
You said that Harmony's body was beginning to smell and that it was horrible.
Yes.
Did the defendant take measures to combat that smell?
Yes.
What did he do?
That is when he took her down from the ceiling and brought her into the bathroom to put her in the garbage bags and to get her to fit in that bag that's similar to that one. And he asked me to bring the bag to his job.
Where was his job at the time? Where was he working?
At Portland Pie in Manchester.
This is still while you were at the Families in Transition Shelter?
Yes.
How long did he work there for?
2 months.
And you said he asked you to bring the bag to him at work.
Yes.
Did you obey?
Yes.
About how did you get there from the Families in Transition Shelter to his work?
I walked
And where was the bag at that point?
in the stroller.
How long of a walk is that from the shelter to his work at Portland Pie?
About 10-15 minutes.
Was anyone with you during that walk?
My 2 kids.
Why did you obey the defendant when he told you to bring Harmony's body in that bag to his work?
Because I was scared.
Are you aware of what he did with her body once you brought it to him?
Yes.
What did he do with it?
He put it.
Objection, source. Sustained. If you would rephrase the
Your
question.
Honor. You said you're aware of what he did with her body at his work at the Portland Pie Pizza Company. How are you aware of what he did with it, Kayla?
Because he told me that he put her in the freezer.
Was that the only time, to your knowledge, that he put her in the freezer, or were there more times where he brought her and put her in the freezer?
That was my only time.
I want to go back for just a moment. When he was in the bathroom, you said it was for several hours.
Yes.
Are you aware of him doing anything to clean up in that bathroom?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what he did to clean up?
He used ammonia to clean up anything that happened in that bathroom.
How do you know he used ammonia to clean up anything that happened in that bathroom?
Because he specifically bought it.
Were you with him when he bought it?
I don't remember.
But you remember him using ammonia to clean?
Yes.
Did he tell you what he believed the ammonia would do?
It wouldn't show evidence of any blood or fluids.
And did he tell you at that point why he didn't want evidence to be shown, why he didn't want anything to be shown down the road?
So he wouldn't get in trouble and nobody could find anything.
Why did he put Harmony in the freezer at the Portland Pie Pizza Company?
Because he said that if she's in the freezer, there wouldn't be any fluids or anything leaking.
At some point around that time, did you get tax returns, your tax refunds?
Yes.
Do you remember around when that was?
March, February or March, I believe, in 2021.
So I still want to talk about the time you were at the fit shelter. Did you eventually leave the fit shelter?
Yes.
And where did you live after the fit shelter?
Union Street in Manchester.
Do you remember when you moved into Union Street in Manchester?
Yes.
What day did you move there?
February 20th, 2020.
And did you sign a lease agreement for that apartment?
Yes.
Did you list Harmony as a child?
No.
How about on your tax returns? Did you list Harmony as a child?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors why you did that?
Because she lived with us for 6 months or more, and Adam told me to leave her on there.
Did he tell you why he wanted you to leave her on there?
So that it wouldn't seem, it would just show that we still had her living with us.
So you moved into your apartment on Union Street on February 20th, is that what you said?
Yes.
And that's of 2020?
Yes.
Where was he keeping Harmony at that point?
In the refrigerator of our apartment.
And I asked you earlier, and I think you said he began to discuss dismembering Harmony.
Yes.
What did he say about dismembering her?
That he just wanted to put her in, he would put her in pieces to get rid of her.
And was that at the Union Street apartment?
Yes.
That's where that discussion occurred?
Yes.
Did he ever discuss using tools on Harmony with you? Using tools on her body?
He said that he was going to try and use a saw. He wanted to use a hand saw or a NutriBullet.
And I want to unpack that.
And I didn't hear that last word, I'm sorry.
And a NutriBullet. NutriBullet.
Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63 for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize the item that's depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
It's a handsaw.
It's a handsaw?
Yeah.
Do you recognize this handsaw?
Yes.
When the defendant discussed dismembering Harmony, using tools on her,
Yes.
is this a saw that he discussed doing that with?
Yes.
Is this an accurate representation of that saw as you remember it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID, mark as full, State's Exhibit 63, and publish to the jurors.
No objection.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
So this is the saw that he discussed using to dismember Harmony's body?
Yes.
That discussion again occurred at the Union Street apartment?
Yes.
You talked about something else just then, and we barely caught it. You mentioned a NutriBullet?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what that is, what a NutriBullet is?
It's like a blender that you can make smoothies in, or any kind of puree food item.
And what did the defendant say about using a NutriBullet, a blender, on Harmony?
When we lived on Union Street,
What did he say about it?
he said that it would be good to use. It would help get rid of her.
It helped get rid of Harmony.
Yes.
Earlier you mentioned the defendant talking about lying, the idea that what was his idea? What was his purpose of using lying?
That it would help her body decay.
That's what he told you?
Yes.
Kayla, I've shown you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And what can you tell me about this item? Do you recognize anything, particular markings on this item?
The bag of lime on the left side is similar to the one that he had.
When you say it's similar to the one that he had, who's he? Who's the he that you're
Adam.
referring to?
Adam.
And is there a circle around that bag?
Yes.
And is there writing underneath it?
Yes.
Do you recognize that writing?
It's my initials.
Okay. Is this an accurate representation of the item that you circled and initialed?
Yes.
Did you write those initials?
Yes.
Did you circle this item?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
To let it be known that that's the item that was similar to the one that he had.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full and publish State's Exhibit 62.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit and it may be published.
Kayla, who were you with when you circled this bag of lime?
Detective Dunleavy and Riley.
Is that Max Redhill?
Yeah, that
Another
one.
detective?
Yeah.
So you were with law enforcement?
Yes.
And they asked you if you could identify. Had you seen?
I'm sorry, objection
Leading.
sustained.
Had you seen a bag of lime in your Union Street apartment?
Yes.
Where was that bag of lime located in your Union Street apartment?
In the bathroom.
Do you know how that bag of lime got there?
No.
Did you buy that bag of lime?
No.
When you saw that bag of lime in the bathroom of Union Street, what was going on in that bathroom at the time?
Adam was trying to de-thaw her body.
When you say Adam was trying to de-thaw her body, what was he doing specifically?
Taking the clothes off of her. And putting her in the bag of lime.
And when he was trying to de-thaw her body, where was Harmony's body at the time?
In the bathtub.
And that's when you saw the bag of lime?
Yes.
Did you see Harmony's body in the bathtub?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors what you saw of her body in that bathtub.
I saw Harmony in the bathtub, still folded together the same way that she was left in that bag when we took her out of the car. And she just looked like she had just barely any skin, like she was just a layer of skin and bone. And she was all bruised up.
And what was the defendant doing to de-thaw her?
He had the hot water running from the shower.
And where was the hot water running in the shower?
In the bathroom.
Where was the hot water running in relation to Harmony's body?
Union Street apartment.
Harmony's body, where was it in the Union Street apartment?
In the tub.
Was the hot water touching her?
Yes.
He was running it over her?
Yes.
And what was he doing to Harmony's body during this process?
Taking the clothes off of her.
Was he touching her at all during that process?
Yes.
Tell us how he was touching her.
He was cutting the clothes off of her and just de-thawing her.
Did he tell you to help him at some point?
Yes.
Did you obey him?
Yes.
Why?
'Cause I was scared.
How did you help him?
I helped him take the clothes off of her.
How did he take the clothes off of her?
By cutting them with scissors.
What did he do with her body after he cut the clothes off of her?
Put her in the bag of lime.
You mentioned these clothes. What clothes was she wearing when he put her into that tub?
She had a hoodie on. And she had her leggings on.
Did you leave that bathroom at some point while he was in there?
Yeah.
Why? Why'd you leave the bathroom?
Because I needed to check on the kids. And I couldn't be in there anymore.
And let's talk about that. What do you mean you couldn't be there in there anymore?
Because I couldn't handle it. I didn't want to see anything.
How long was he in the bathroom for that day?
A few hours.
And that was with Harmony's body?
Yes.
At some point, did he close the door to the bathroom?
Yes.
Were you able to hear what he was doing in there?
No.
Were you able to... Why weren't you able to hear what he was doing in there?
Because our neighbor next door always had loud music playing. And I couldn't tell what noises were happening.
You mentioned a shower being on earlier.
Yes.
Did that shower stay on after you left the bathroom?
It was on when I left the bathroom, yes.
And did it stay on? Did he leave it on?
Yes.
Did he take breaks from what he was doing in the bathroom at any point?
No.
Did he leave the bathroom at any point?
No.
How many bags did you see in the bathroom with him?
3.
And what was happening with each of those bags?
He had lime in the bags.
So one of the bags was a bag of lime?
Yes.
Was it a large bag or a small bag?
The bags that he was putting them in were large trash bags.
The bag that contained the lime, was that a large bag or a small bag?
It was a large bag.
A large bag of lime?
Yes.
You said that he was putting that lime into a bag.
Yes.
Was there anything else in the bag when he was putting the lime in?
No.
Did you see Harmony's body go into the bag?
No.
What happened to Harmony's body after it was in the bathtub?
It was in the CMC bag.
What did he do with the CMC bag?
Put Harmony in it.
What did he do with the lime that was in the bathroom?
It was in the big trash bags.
The lime was in the big trash bags?
Well, I know he put the lime in trash bags, but I didn't see that bag after.
Which bag did you not see after that?
The lime bag.
Did he also add lime to the CMC bag?
Yes.
Was he talking to you during this process?
No.
He was working.
Yeah.
At any point, did you see him remove Harmony's body from the bathtub?
No.
You mentioned earlier that he put Harmony's body back into the CMC bag.
Yes.
How do you know that he did that?
Because he put the bag back in the freezer after.
You mentioned garbage bags.
Yes.
What was he doing with the garbage bags in that bathroom?
He had the big garbage bags put in the CMC bag and had the lime in the bag.
And that clothing that you mentioned, he used scissors to cut off her clothing?
Yes.
What happened to her clothing? What happened to Harmony's clothes?
It was put in a trash bag.
Was anything else put into that trash bag with her, or with the clothes?
Not that the duffel bag.
So you saw the duffel bag again after the fit shelter?
Yes.
And that trash bag that the duffel bag went into, that the clothes went into, what happened to that trash bag?
I don't know.
Did the defendant tell you what he planned to do with that trash bag?
Throw them away.
Did he tell you specifically where he was going to throw it away?
He just said he wasn't going to leave them in our trash area. He was going to bring them somewhere.
Did he say why he wasn't going to leave them in your trash?
So that there's no evidence.
Do you recall telling investigators that when you saw Harmony in the bathtub, the defendant was squishing the liquids out of her?
No.
You mentioned earlier the defendant talked about dismembering Harmony.
Yes.
Did he do that in the bathroom?
I don't know.
That conversation about dismembering Harmony, conversation about using the tools, how close in time was that to the steps, the actions that the defendant took in the bathroom?
Well, I know that the conversation with the tool happened when I lived with my mother.
Okay.
We were staying at my mother's house. And by the time that he by the time that he was trying to, I don't even know what he did, but it was a few months after.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant squished Harmony at the fit shelter. He squished Harmony into that CMC bag.
Yes.
You said that her body filled that bag.
Yes.
How was he able to add lime to that bag if it was full of Harmony's body?
I don't know.
You don't know what he did in that bathroom?
No.
And I believe you said this already, but what did he do with the bag, the CMC bag, after he was done in the bathroom?
He put it in the freezer.
Did the defendant ultimately dispose of what remained of Harmony's body?
I don't know.
Did he get rid of her body?
Not then.
At some point.
Yes.
And so I want to turn your attention to that. At some point, did he have a conversation with you about getting rid of that CMC bag, of getting rid of Harmony's body?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that conversation involved, what he said?
He said that that he wanted to get rid of her body soon because he was scared that if anything ever happened, he was scared of what would happen to him and me and the kids.
And what steps did the defendant take to get rid of that CMC bag that had Harmony's body in it?
He got in touch with an old friend of his.
Do you remember that old friend's name?
Beach, Travis Beach.
Did you know Travis Beach at the time?
No.
Had you met him before?
No.
Do you know how the defendant got in touch with Travis Beach?
I don't know who reached out to who, but I knew it was about selling a gun.
And did Travis Beach ever come to your apartment?
Yes.
Did he come to your apartment with a female?
Yes.
Do you know that female's name?
Brittany.
And is that Brittany Bedard?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we refer? Yes?
Hey, Uncivil Law, thank you for joining again. This is really, really disgusting. So we heard about this NutriBullet thing. I don't know. It's really small. It's like the size of a cup. I don't understand this. These people were on drugs. He spent hours in the bathroom with Harmony's body doing God knows what. Hey, Queen Virgo. I don't know if I would go back. It's pretty disgusting. I'm just sitting here designing Jess' shirt. I'm just going to do her name on the front and the logo on the back. Logo, front, back, and name. I'm not going to go crazy. But I'll put a picture up on the screen after I get it designed and show you guys. Good morning, Lauren. Welcome in, everybody. Make yourselves known. Good afternoon, Skulls. Make yourselves known. Hit that like button and get comfy and chat. We've got a great chat going on right now.
You may proceed.
Queen, you can probably go double time and catch up. She's slow. It's molasses. Slow.
You're what the French call les incompétents.
Miss Montgomery, you mentioned a Brittany coming to your house.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the person that's depicted in this image? And I should say for the record, I'm showing Kayla what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 55.
That's Declan.
You recognize the individual in this image?
Yeah.
And you said it's Declan?
Yes.
Who is Declan to you?
My son.
Did Brittany, did she stay at your house for very long?
A couple days.
Okay. And at some point after Travis Beach, Brittany Bedard arrived at your home on Union Street, did you go to a hotel with them?
Yes.
At some point after they came to your house that day, when you went to that hotel with them, did you become aware of a U-Haul?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of this U-Haul?
So that Adam can use it to dispose of Harmony's body.
Do you remember the name of the hotel that you stayed at?
The Econolodge.
And you mentioned not having an ID, not having a license. Whose name was that Econolodge room under?
Brittany.
Did they stay at the Econolodge with you?
Yes.
And were they in the same room as you, or a separate room, or something else?
Separate room.
When did you first become aware of the U-Haul?
Adam had talked to me about having her rent a U-Haul to use.
Did Adam tell you why he wanted her to rent a U-Haul to use?
Because she has a license. And to have it in somebody else's name.
Why did he want that U-Haul rental in someone else's name?
So that they can't prove that Adam rented it.
Did you see the U-Haul rental at any point?
Yes.
Can you describe the U-Haul rental for the jurors?
The rental U-Haul was a van, like a van that, like people that do painting would use.
So it was a rental van.
Yes.
And I want to back up for just a moment. You said you were at the Econolodge Hotel. Was Harmony's body with you in that hotel?
Yes.
Where was that body? Where was Harmony being stored?
In the fridge.
Did the defendant tell you where he planned to dump Harmony's body?
No.
Did he leave with the rental van at some point?
Yes.
Did he leave with the CMC bag at the same time?
Yes.
When did he leave?
It was in the middle of the night.
Did he say anything to you before he left?
No.
Did he tell you what he was doing?
No, but I already knew what he was doing.
And that's because he told you before?
Yes.
Did he tell you specifically why he wasn't telling you where he was going, where he was dumping Harmony?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what he told you.
He said he wasn't telling me where he was bringing her so that if anything like this happened and the cops got involved, that I wouldn't be able to tell. I wouldn't know where she is, so I couldn't tell anybody where she is. Only he would know.
Kayla, where is Harmony's body?
I don't know.
Kayla, where did he dump Harmony?
I don't know.
Did he return to the hotel room?
Yes.
And when did he return?
It was like right before the sun came out.
Did he say anything to you when he returned?
That he got rid of her.
That CMC bag, the one that he squished Harmony into,
Yes.
was it still with him?
No.
want to switch gears, Kayla. I told you we'd get back to this, but I want to talk about the time that you were living in the fit shelter, the time you were living in your apartment on Union Street. At some point during that time frame, early 2020, did the defendant begin to suspect that you were informing on him?
Yes.
Did he suspect that you were informing on him about Harmony?
Sustained.
I'll rephrase.
Thank you.
What did he suspect that you were informing on him about?
About killing Harmony.
And what did he do because of those suspicions?
He started abusing me.
I want to unpack that abuse. Can you tell the jurors what he did to you?
When he would accuse me of talking to police or detectives, he would ask me if I was telling, and I would say no. And he would say just to tell him the truth, and I wouldn't agree, saying that I did. And then because he would end up hitting me, and I finally said that I did, even though I didn't, but he still hurt me anyway.
You said that he ended up hitting you. He would still hurt me anyway.
Yes.
How did he hurt you, Kayla?
By punching me
Where did he punch you?
in the head.
What did he punch you with, Kayla?
His hands.
Open hand, closed fist, something else?
Both.
How often did this happen to you? How often did he do this?
Constantly. It just kept happening.
What was it like living with him back then, Kayla?
It was definitely not good.
Do you recognize what's depicted in what's marked as State's Exhibit 99, Kayla?
Yes. It's me with 2 black eyes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you on that day?
Yes.
Do you remember what day this was?
March 17th,
Is that of 2020 or 2021?
2021.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID mark as full and publish to the jury State's Exhibit 99.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken. It is entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
And Kayla, you said that the abuse started in early 2020.
Yes.
And you said that this photo was taken in March of 2021.
Yes.
You also said that this was a regular occurrence.
Yes.
From the time that the abuse began until you took this photograph, was it consistent with the defendant? Was he consistently accusing you?
Yes.
Was he consistently hitting you?
Yes.
Was he doing things to items in your house?
Yes.
What was he doing to the items in your house?
Destroying everything. Breaking a lot of stuff.
Why was he breaking things, Kayla?
Because he thought that there was microphones in the house. And I was telling on him. And thought there was cameras.
You said that he would hit you, that he would hurt you. Did he also threaten you?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what he said would happen to you.
He said that he would be able to contact his family member, his Uncle Kevin, and have him kill me and cut me in pieces, and nobody would be able to find me.
Did he say why that would happen? Why he would have that done?
If I ended up telling on him.
Telling on him about what?
About Harmony being murdered.
What else did the defendant do when he suspected that you were working with the police?
He was just very abusive.
During one of those incidents, do you recall trying to call someone for help, trying to get help?
Yes.
And Kayla, let me ask you this. Do you know someone named Roseanne Smith?
Yes.
Who is Roseanne Smith to you?
She was the public transportation for the ride to the clinic.
I want you to tell the jurors about an incident involving Mrs. Smith.
I was going to the methadone clinic and I left without him while he was sleeping because he would tell me we're not going even when our ride showed up, but I ended up going while he was sleeping. And I was getting dropped off and I had a black eye, and Rose saw my black eye and I asked her if I could use her phone to call somebody so I could call my mom or somebody to help me. And he saw that I was using her phone and he came and ripped it out of my and her hand. I was handing her back the phone and he ripped it out of her hand and asked who I was calling, and he was being very aggressive.
Again, you were trying to call for help.
Yeah.
Do you know someone named Tara Hilbert?
Yes.
Tell the jurors about an incident involving Miss Hilbert.
Adam would tell me that I couldn't leave the house, and I ended up leaving and running out of the house, and I had my daughter in my arms, and I ran to Tara's apartment, which was right next door, and asked her if she could call my mom. And then Adam came out and followed me and put me in a chokehold and said to tell her to not call my mom, to don't make that phone call or else he's gonna hurt me.
Kayla, why couldn't you leave the house?
Because he thought that I was trying to tell on him.
And let me ask you this, Kayla. When you left the house, were your two small sons still in the house with him?
Yes.
Why did you only take your daughter?
Because she was in my arms. I was already feeding her and I just ran. I just ran out and to find help, and I could go back and get the kids.
The image that I showed you, you described having bruising, black eyes.
Yeah.
Does that day stand out to you, Kayla?
Yes.
Why does it stand out to you?
Because that's the day that I took the kids and left.
Are you still married to the defendant?
Yes.
When did you get married to him?
On Harmony's birthday in 2017.
Do you remember that day, Harmony's birthday?
Yes.
What day was it?
It was June 7th.
And can you tell us that date again that you left him?
It was March 17th, 2021.
Are you aware of whether or not he began a relationship with another individual after you left him?
No.
Do you know someone named Kelsey Small?
Yeah.
Did you ever meet Kelsey Small?
Yes.
Did officers in December of 2021 contact you regarding Harmony being missing?
Yes.
And you mentioned a lie earlier. Did you stick to that lie?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors why you stuck to that lie.
Because Adam told me to just stay saying that lie.
And so when they contacted you in December of 2021, you gave them that lie.
Yes.
And after they left you, did you contact Adam?
Yes.
What did he say when you contacted him?
He said not to say anything and to say I want a lawyer and don't tell them where he is.
Where was he at the time?
In Maine.
And did you tell him to get back here?
Yes.
Kayla, do you remember where you were on December 30th, 2021?
I was at the family shelter.
Do you remember going to a Walmart that day?
Yes.
And Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 65 for identification.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the individuals that are depicted in that image?
It's Kelsey, Adam, and myself.
And can you point to Adam on that image? Is this a fair and accurate representation of you, Kelsey, and Adam at the Walmart on December 30th of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 65.
Any objection?
No objection.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
And you said, you pointed here?
Yes.
That's Adam?
Yes.
Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 90. I'm just going to ask that you look at each page in turn. Do you recognize the individuals depicted in these images?
Yes, it's Kelsey and me.
I'm sorry, say that
Kelsey and me.
again. Do you see the defendant anywhere in these images?
That's not him. No.
So it's Kelsey and you.
Yeah.
Again, is this the images that are depicted here accurate representations of you and Kelsey that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 90 for identification purposes.
So,
No, I'm just, I heard something.
yes.
real quick on the Super Bowl. It's a lot easier to say it than type it. So if you're in Discord, there's an actual channel and you can go to the link and you'll see all the squares. If you're not in Discord and you still want to do it, you still can. Just send Venmo, PayPal, Cash App to me and label it Super Bowl Squares. And then send me an email at jisforjustice@gmail.com. Just let me know who you are, how many you got, and then I will send you a screenshot of the square sheet. So I'll email you back and then you'll have your squares. I hope that makes sense. If you have any questions, let me know. I'll be reading chat. And another thing, I just uploaded the clip about the NutriBullet. If anyone was wondering about what that meant, if you're just joining, I just put it like 2.5-minute clip up on the channel so you guys can catch up. And then when this live is done, I will chapter. I'll try to chapter it as best I can by what they're going over so that people know what they're looking at when they replay, because it is quite disturbing. It gives you a little heads up. Debbie wants to know how she accesses Discord. On your phone, download the app and then sign in with your email or your phone number, however you do it. And then go to connections in your settings. Carlin's going to check the squares right now. Thank you, Karchi. But go to your connections, and in connections, you put your YouTube. You connect your YouTube, and then that will pop up and automatically, like, Discord talks to YouTube, so it'll pop up all the channels.
To trade
PayPal
phones in for money.
Or Patreon, or
remember how many phones you traded in?
The YouTube channel.
Like 3 or more.
Whose phones did you trade in?
Mine and Adam's, and I don't know who else.
And can you remind us, who were you with at the Walmart that day?
It was myself, Kelsey, and Adam.
Kayla, we spoke earlier about your convictions.
Yes.
Was that actually part of a plea agreement that you entered into?
Yes.
The testimony that you've provided today, what is your testimony based on?
Actually being there?
Is it based on the truth?
Yes.
At some point you were charged with perjury, and we talked about that earlier, but after that charge, did you agree to proffer information, to provide information to the state?
Yes.
What was the sentence that you received for your charges, your perjury charges?
I got a 3.5 to 7 suspended, and then I got a 3.5 to 7 with 1.5 off my minimum.
And what portion of that prison sentence are you currently fulfilling today?
My minimum.
What's the suspended portion of your sentence as a whole?
It's 3.5 to 7 for 10 years.
Other than the sentence conditions and your cooperation agreement with the state, are there additional conditions that you have to follow right now?
To tell the truth.
What happens if you breach that agreement? What happens if you violate that agreement?
Then I get charged with whatever you guys decide to charge me with all my charges that got dropped and whatever else.
Kayla, what's your primary obligation under that agreement?
To tell the truth.
And I want to follow up just briefly with a few of the things that you've said. You testified earlier that the defendant told you he hit Harmony back in July of 2019.
Yes.
You said that he gave Harmony a black eye that day.
Yes.
You said that he murdered Harmony on December 7th, that you witnessed him murder Harmony on December 7th, 2019.
Yes.
You said that you saw him carry Harmony's body for months and compressing her, squishing her into a bag.
Yes.
You said that after months of carrying her, he ultimately disposed of Harmony's body.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you're able to identify the person that you've said did those things. Kayla, I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual that's depicted in this image?
Yes.
Who is that?
Adam Montgomery.
Is that the Adam Montgomery that you referred to as abusing you for those months and months?
Yes.
The same one that you said gave Harmony a black eye, confessed to giving Harmony a black eye?
Yes.
The same one that beat Harmony to death, that murdered her in the Sebring?
Yes.
Kayla, at any point, did you pull Harmony out of the Sebring and stuff her into that duffel bag?
No.
At any point, did you fold her in half, as you described the defendant doing?
No.
Did you walk her to Badero's?
No.
Did you take her and put her in the ceiling of your room at the Fit Shelter?
No.
Did you smush her into a CMC bag like the one I showed you earlier?
No.
Did you compress her further and add lime to her in the bathroom of your Union Street apartment?
No.
Did you put her in a U-Haul van and dump her somewhere?
No.
Who did those things, Kayla?
Adam Montgomery.
At any point when you were living in that vehicle after you'd been evicted, were you ever alone with Harmony?
No.
Why not?
Because we were just always in the car.
Kayla, I want you to look at these jurors. Kayla, did you kill Harmony?
No, I did not.
Did you beat her to death?
No, I did not.
Were you alone with her when she died?
No, I was not.
If I could have just the moment. Kayla, thank you. I have no additional questions for me.
All right. Council, I think this is a good time for the lunch break. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an hour lunch break now, so please return at 1:05. I remind you, do not discuss this case with anyone, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Do not drive by any locations. Do not look at any headlines or other media about this case. Your obligation is to decide this case based exclusively upon the evidence that is presented here at trial and the law as I will give it to you in my instructions. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you back here after the lunch break. Thank you so much for your attention this morning. Ms. Montgomery, I'll have you stay right there for the moment. All rise, please. You can stand at first. Okay. Preliminary matters? You can be seated. Any preliminary matters want to discuss? Okay. All set this afternoon? Okay, if you need to see the court for any reason, please just let me know. Thank you. Thank you. This is
Hey, Kendo or Karchi, what is the password to buy the squares? Is there one? I'm confused. I never saw this. What's up? We are on lunch for an hour. Thank you, Midge, for being here. It's been awful. It's been an awful day of testimony. I don't want to recap it because it's too horrific. So we're going to talk about some other things. First off, we're going to talk about these Super Bowl squares, and we're going to get everybody situated who has bought them. So, is there a password? Oh, it's J? Is that what it is? And what does it mean, square name? Oh, what you want on it, right? Okay, I'm just going to put Myron. Because I've got plenty of squares to get on here. I believe that the password is J. It is. Thank you for being here, Siba. Okay, Karchi's going to check it out right now. I'm on here as well. Karchi, thank you so much. You guys have helped me so much, and I can't even. You guys are so kind. Thank you. Is Jess at lunch with Matt? Karchi, thank you so much. Jamie Perry, is that for... Jamie Perry got 2 squares. Let me put this down here. Jamie, if you want to get in on the football squares, we got lots of them left. Jamie got 2. And then thank you, Kendi, for Jessica's shirt. I'm going to get that ordered today. Jessica, make sure you email me your address, please. I'll get that ordered today. She said Matt has a very nice Coach backpack. He's very metro. And then Myron got 4 squares. I got yours, Myron. Thank you. Makita. That was a donation. Thank you, Makita. Punani, thank you. Island, thank you. Kendi, thank you. Micheline Heilman. Micheline, make yourself known so I know what your name is on YouTube, or send me an email, please. And then I can send you a copy of the square sheet. Micheline Heilman, please make yourself known. I got your money yesterday. Hannah, thank you for your donation. Helen, thank you for your donation. That's the only channel you can see, Walter. Okay, Walter, go to your connections on Discord in your settings, and then connect your YouTube account with that. And then you should see all of them. Let me know if that works. Schmicky, thank you. Schmicky. It gets hard when I don't know who's who. And Jamie is who again? Let me know. Let me know if that works, Walter, because once you connect your YouTube, Discord and YouTube talk to each other. So you can actually, once you connect it, it just knows that you're a member, and then it automatically opens up everything. It brings it all in.
Bring it all in.
Waitlist and recipes. Yeah, if you have any questions, go to the recipes channel. Yes, please, Karchi. Because I'm really getting thrown on this site right now. Trying to get these squares in, but I'm going to get it done while we're on this break. If anybody else wants to get in, let's do it. Do it to it. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. Go ahead and just label it Super Bowl or Super Bowl Squares or whatever you want to name it and email me after. And let me know. For some reason, I can't get into it on here, which is really strange. Let me open up Discord. Bring it all in. I know me and Potato are going to make a video describe like step by step how to join Discord and stuff. It worked. Yay, Walter. Okay, so you can see all of it. Karchi! I got it, Karchi. You got 3 squares. Karchi, 3 squares. But you are picking your own, right, Karchi? You picked your own. Okay, Schmicky. Let's see. My name is Michaeline. Everyone calls me Mickey, but spell it Mickey. And my username is just my nickname, Schmicky. Okay, got you. That's cool. Yeah, Jessica, it is easy to open a Cash App. I would love to send you some gas money for your trips to and from the courthouse. That's an hour trip. That's a lot. Yeah, help desk. Okay, I'll make that right. Meow. You got it, Jams. Create channel. Help desk. And we're going to make this open to anyone, so it's not private. Next. Okay, it should be there. Everybody should be able to see it. It's called Help Desk. Yay! Easy peasy. Okay, now that's done. Let's get to the Super Bowl stuff. Okay, so you do not register on the. Okay, that's what I did wrong. Okay, so now I'm going to do Myron's squares. Can I bet $5 that I can't be bothered to care square? Yes, absolutely, because I don't care either. Uncivil Law. I hate football. Except for when my Lions were in it. I was in it to win it with the Lions, but I like winning money, Uncivil. So if I could spend $5 and win 125, I'm all for it. So they're $5. If we sell them all, the payouts will be 125 per quarter. And we're doing this on Discord, not on YouTube. You can't gamble on YouTube. So yeah, every quarter. If we sell them all, Flo, it should be 125 each quarter. All right, here we go. Myron. Hoku. It's asking me for an email. Do you have to put an email in? Karchi, do I have to put an email? You did? What do you mean you don't think it'll happen? Wait a minute. Uncivil Law just dropped a bomb. What do you mean it won't happen? What do you think's going to happen in Vegas? Thank you, Uncivil. Shall I buy you a square? I'm going to get Uncivil a square. Myron. All right, I got you. I got to do more for Myron first. Reserve. This is kind of fun, guys. This is going to be awesome. All right, so I've got Myron's 4 squares. We have officially 50 left. I'm going to get you a box. Watch Uncivil Law win. I'm going to get him one right now. Uncivil Law will probably win every quarter. All right, Uncivil Law, you're on the board. We got Uncivil Law up there. Okay, I have Jamie. Jamie's got 2. And then I got to get Schmicky. Okay, so Jamie, how do you want me to label these? Myron. No, I got yours on there, Myron. Oh, it does? Maybe I should go on the other side, Jean. You know, my husband said that too. He's like, on the TV, you can't see you. Do you guys think I should go on the left side like this? I'm going to feel backwards. But my husband said that too. He's like, you can't see you on a TV because of the chat. So maybe we can do a switcheroo here and move this stuff over here. I probably should have done that before. We're just getting all situated here at this lunchtime. Thank you, Jean P, for letting me know that. Because I did forget. There we go. How's that? Is that better? Oh, Uncivil. That's what I was going to say. Look into Streamlabs OBS desktop versus the StreamYard or whatever. StreamYard is a ripoff. Why do I have to get rid of my other Discord or use another phone number? You shouldn't. Carmen, no. Go into your existing Discord. But Carmen, you're not a member. You have to be a member or a Patreon. So if you join Patreon, you let me know and I'll let you in. YouTube automatically reads it. So if you're a member of the channel and you're logged in, Discord knows. If you can't see it, it's because you're not a member. No, I think I'm good. Did you pick your squares, Karchi? Uncivil Law. $5 on the Dallas Cowboys to win the Super Bowl this year. In other words, he doesn't care. I just want to make sure, Karchi, you got yours. Schmicky got theirs. I don't have to do those. I just have to do Jamie. My granddaughter says she's going for Chiefs, so I guess that's what I'm going for too, because I really don't care either. All right, so here I'm just going to put Jamie. You know who you are. Jamie, send me an email so I can get you a copy of this. All right, sweet. Thank you, Karchi. I'll see you in a little bit. Yeah, go ahead, Lisa. I'll do it right now. You can PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, or go to here. You can put a card in. You can use any card. Melissa, go into your connections and connect your YouTube to Discord. Go into your settings on Discord and go to connections. Scroll down to connections. Or you can go here and then just label it Super Bowl squares. However you want to do it is fine with me. I just want to get all these filled up. We're going to give Uncivil Law another one. So Uncivil, you're on here twice. I'm going to have to email you this. Or you can just come back and check. And then we'll do one more for Jamie, and then we should be caught up. I'm going to check and see if anybody else has sent. It said it failed. Melissa, go into help desk. Can you see help desk? She said, I done did. It failed. All right, let me make sure I've got caught up on everybody. You cracked me up on Civil Law. By the way, Robin absolutely loves your channel and your humor. Robin is one of my moderators, and she texted me last night and she said, I'm kind of fangirling that you've got Uncivil Law on your channel. And I was like, damn, girl. She loves your work, though, in all seriousness. All you can see is merch? That's weird. You should be able to see help desk. All right, I think we're all caught up. Melissa doesn't have a member tag. Yes, she does. She's an OG. She's got the OG member tag. See? See the OG after her name? Can anybody see the help desk? Oh, I know why. Hold on. I didn't do it right. See, we're all still learning Discord. It's kind of confusing. I'm going to not make it a private channel. Okay, now see if you can see it. It should be for everybody now. Help desk. Recipes, or show up in recipes will get you somewhere. Thank you, Eugene P. So that's better. The OG is so white, it's hard to see. It is? Well, don't you have it on dark mode? Jay, why is your Discord not in your YouTube channel description? It should be, right? It should be, right? Let me get... You guys are just getting me all in line today. Dude, it's hard to keep up on all this stuff. It's a lot to manage yourself. So here is a Discord link. If you're a member. Tonight we're going to be watching the hashtag Cyber Sleuths Paramount Plus 3-hour mess. Tune in tonight in Discord at 7 p.m. for a shit show of hashtag Cyber Sleuths. That's pretty much what it is. Put a 1 in chat if you guys followed. Put it on dark mode. I'm in dark mode. She can see it now. Awesome. It's barely visible. The heck? Well, maybe I need to fix that. Okay, so Kay, you want 8 squares? So go ahead and send your payment, honey, or you can do it yourself. Send your payment and you can pick your squares. Here's the website, guys. You have to send your money and then pick your squares. Oh, I think you're the only one. Who's in dark mode? I'm always in dark mode. So if I make the OG black, no one's going to see it in dark mode. Karchi, I love dark mode. Flow. I'm in old dyslexic stoned mode. Yeah, there's instructions there. Just push the one you want and put your name on it. Dark is my soul. Head like a hole. I'll put my email. I want you guys to email me and say, hey, I purchased how many squares and who you are. Olive, I don't know how you can be on bright mode. I'd be squinting all day. Yeah, I have to use dark mode. No, Carmen, you have to be a member of YouTube or a Patreon member. That's probably why you can't see it. You're not in dark mode, Kendo? There we go. Hit the 3 dots at the top right. Go to appearance. Click dark mode. Easy peasy. Did you really, Myron? That's a lot of times. You guys are cats in past lives. I love cats.
Meow. Meow.
All right, well. Blue light? I don't even know what that is. Anyways.
Shall we play a game?
Let's see what's going on in the world today. While we're watching this. Let's see. Well, wait. Let me refresh this and I'll tell you how many boxes are left. Unusual activity detected on Discord. What? I think because people are on the squares. All right. So we've got, wow. All right. Wally got his on there. Let's see what else we got left. We have 51 left. We have 51 squares left. I may as well just share it. You can PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, or you can use a card and use the 411 J for J Live. I figured you're a big fan of the U2. You'll be caught up in no time, Virgo. Yeah, everything looks better on a dark background. I always kind of plan things around the dark background. But did Jessica send me her email or her address yet? Lisa, I got to pick Lisa, did you pick your own or am I picking it? I don't see you on the board, so I'll pick it. Lisa. I did get her address. I did get Jessica's address. I'm going to order her shirt as well. So let me get Lisa on the board. This is going to be Lisa. I'm not going to call you Lisa. Lisa and Cult Jam. I'm going to put Lisa L. And where are we now? 50 boxes left. You saw Tool 2 weeks ago? Damn, Melissa B. I saw the Ramones, Myron, back in the probably late to mid 90s at the State Theater in Detroit. I've seen a lot of concerts. I can't say I've been to a lot lately, though. I haven't been to a concert I haven't been to a concert since COVID. And they're so damn expensive anymore. I saw Eric Clapton in the 90s for $25 at the Palace of Auburn Hills.
Cocaine. It's cocaine.
Hi, Poon. Thank you, Poon. I just dropped my pen. All right, I got Jess. Queens of the Stone Age was your last concert. Alice Cooper was your last concert. Everybody tell me your last concert, no matter when it was. I'm trying to think what mine was. I think Kid Rock in Detroit. Pine Knob. I think it was in 2019 was my last concert. The Red Hot Chili Peppers are coming to Tampa. I really want to go to that. I've seen them twice. Queen, my last concert was Melissa Etheridge. I was 14. Billy Joel, Elton John, Pat Benatar, Toby Keith, to name a few. Yeah, Red Hot Chili Peppers love them. I've seen Kesha. Oh yeah, Punani's last one was Kesha. I've seen her as well. Garth Brooks, Madonna. She canceled. Cher for my mom's 80th. How cool. 311. Really, Melissa? My son is a huge 311 fan because of me. Isn't that cool? Greta Van Fleet last year, says Nerdy Birdie. Is that in Michigan, Nerdy? I saw the Ramones in Fort Lauderdale in the early 2000s at the Edge. That's cool, Myron. Bob Seger at Pine Knob in 95. Cool, cool. Who remembers from Detroit that, or wait, let's do a little quiz. Who was the artist, if you know Pine Knob and you're in Michigan, who is the artist that always opened up the concert season at Pine Knob, aka DTE Energy Music Theater or whatever? Who is the artist that always opened up Memorial Day weekend to kick off the summer concert series at Pine Knob? If you get it right in chat, you get a mug. I'll send you a mug. Free mug, J's for Justice mug. Who is the artist that always opened up Pine Knob every summer? He's no longer with us, is a clue. He's no longer with us. D-Lynn, send me your address. I'll send you a mug. Yep, Eddie Money. And we actually met Eddie Money in Traverse City one year. He patted my daughter on the head. She was like 2. And he's like, she's so cute. D-Lynn, Eddie Money. Yep. Send me your address, D-Lynn. Here, Eagle 8. Yep, he was always the first concert of the year every summer. It was always Eddie Money. Yep, Bob Seger, Alice Cooper is from there. We have a lot of artists out of Michigan. You love Traverse City? Yeah, me too. The Cherry Festival. So when my daughter was like 2 or 3, we had her saying, Eddie Money thinks I'm cute because he said she was cute. Crime and Crochet. Fun fact. My dad did all Seeger's carpet and he signed all my mom's albums and pics from the 70s. That is awesome. That's like Kid Rock's idol is Bob Seger. I love Bob Seger. Lots of good songs. Give me some water. Love it. Chances Are Bar. I've never been there, but I've heard of that in Ann Arbor. Eminem. Yep, he's from Mount Clemens. Kathy and I were born in Traverse City. Really, Teresa? I didn't know that. Teresa is from my hometown, y'all. Just Teresa. No other Teresa, but just Teresa. Night Moves is a great tune. Your first concert was Bob Seger, Carmen, with an E. 2 tickets to paradise, baby. That was a cool trivia question. Fun stuff. We Are, Carlin. Against the Wind is awesome song. My second concert was Fleetwood Mac. Cool. I've never seen them. I've never seen Bob Seger in concert either, unfortunately. I've never seen the Stones. I've always wanted to see the Stones. I've seen a lot of concerts, though. Poison, like back in my high school days, Poison, Guns N' Roses. I didn't see Guns N' Roses till I was older. Poison, Motley Crue, all those hair bands were the big thing. I have a whole book of all my ticket stubs. I shared it in Discord and people were like, what? Schmicky, I was born and raised on Pine Knob Hill. Love it. Leonard Skinner. I mean, it used to be you can just get tickets to just go hang out on the lawn, chill. You used to be able to bring your own beers in. So we used to be able to bring a cooler, Billy Idol. Yep. And let's not forget all the rap from junior high school too, Teresa. I don't have a trial wheel this week. We didn't meet our goal. Next Friday. Next Friday, we'll do a trial wheel. And I'm going to give away some t-shirts and shit. That's a good idea, Kendo. I got your email, Dylan. Happy birthday, by the way. I got you. I'll send you that mug. Get it out today. I'll get it out sometime today. I have a new tumbler in the merch store. It's really freaking cool. Jethro Tull. I've seen Jethro Tull at Pine Knob. I love Cage the Elephant. I've seen Queen. I've seen Tesla. Tesla is probably one of my all-time favorite bands. I have to admit, at the end of the day, Tesla, Great Radio Controversy, best CD ever. I love Tesla. I went to Tesla at Pine Knob and I got like 5th row. And I literally sat on the back of my chair and I sang the whole fucking time. I love Tesla. My first concert was it Huey Lewis? I'm trying to think. It was either, now I can't remember. Depeche Mode or Huey Lewis, one of the two. I've never seen Blue Oyster Cult or Tina Turner. I've seen Queen, but Tesla is one of my favorites. Absolute favorites. I just love them. Their acoustic is amazing. Oh, I remember Monsters of Rock. Yep, I've seen Van Halen. I've seen David Lee Roth. I've seen Metallica. White Lion I saw. Remember White Lion? Stay. I never had a chance to love you. Yeah, we had to go to Harmony House. Harmony House was the name. How weird. We're watching Harmony Montgomery. Harmony House was the name of our music store. We had to go buy our tickets. Rod Stewart. That's awesome. Melissa B was out there. If you think I'm sexy and you want my body. Yeah, Metallica. That was a long time ago. You saw Depeche Mode 6 times. I love Depeche Mode. Ted Nugent I've seen a bunch of times. I saw Whiplash Bash. Went to Whiplash Bash like pre-New Year's Eve and the New Year's Eve once. White Lion. Never saw Bon Jovi. I loved Huey Lewis. I'm trying to think what else. Back in the day, I saw the Beastie Boys. I've never seen Heart. I've never seen Rage Against the Machine, but I like them. CCR. I'm trying to think what else I saw. It's hard to remember. Saw a lot of bands at the State Theater in Detroit. The Ramones. The Suicidal Tendencies. I saw them. All I wanted was a Pepsi. Just one Pepsi. That's a great song. Marianne Gibson. I got your squares. She says, I'll email you because my brain can't deal with Discord. I don't blame you. Marianne, I got you. 4 squares. Marianne G. 4 squares. I got you, girl. And then I'll email you back. You saw Beasties? I saw Beasties when they were playing instruments. Phil Collins. I never saw Phil Collins. Yin Yang Twins. Give me girl, come on girl, get naked girl. Isn't that song? Beat that pussy up. Isn't that song? Megs, you're so nasty. How about I saw CNC Music Factory, Vanilla Ice. I went to this 90s like thing. Oh, I've seen Aerosmith. Pink Floyd. Wow, Angie, I'm jealous. That's cool. Rancid. Melissa Etheridge. So many old lessies. I know. Jason Aldean. You like country, Karkchi? I've seen Kid Rock so many times. I dated a Detroit radio DJ just for the free tickets. Oh my gosh. I wanted to be a Detroit radio DJ. That was my dream. That was what I wanted to do. Yin Yang, your kids are going. You serious? How about this band? Remember them? I'm sexy and I know it. They're like the aren't they the nephews of Berry Gordy? These guys?
I'm sexy and I know it. I work out.
Yeah, it was like CNC Music Factory, Vanilla Ice. Who else was there? Salt and Pepper. Dude, it was so fun. And me and a bunch of girlfriends from high school went. Hey, Lady Firefly. I love Depeche Mode. One of my favorite bands, too. I love music. I don't like country, though. Y'all might get mad at me, but I don't dig country. Marilyn Manson. Is barf an emotion? Yeah, of course it is. Barf is an emotion. My first concert was Jefferson Starship in Bad Company. I've seen Bad Company. And I've seen Styx. I love Styx. I'm sailing away. You know what? I actually saw Styx, Def Leppard, and somebody else a few years ago. Def Leppard was amazing as well. Oh my God, Krista. No, I don't like country. Okay, I have to take that back. I like Johnny Cash and like Willie Nelson and like old country. I don't like any of his new stuff. I can't do it. Winger. She's only 17. Styx is great. Renegade's a good song, yeah. Rat and Cheap Trick. I think I saw Cheap Trick and somebody else. I remember Cheap Trick being an opener. Buttercup, I got it. I got you. I wrote you down. Marianne G. I got you for 4 squares. I'll email you back too. Thank you. I just don't like all these. I'm just going to be honest. I don't like American Idol and I don't like all those shows. I just don't. Beastie Boys, Eagles, RATM. Who's that? Eagles of Death Metal. Hole. I love Hole. Oh, I saw Cypress Hill in Orlando. Heart, Smashing Pumpkins, Green Day, Muse, STP. I saw STP as well. Soundgarden and Beck. Love all those. I got shit-faced. Wait, hold on. Where'd that go? At Def Leppard. Do you want to rock? I agree with you, LB. It's pitiful. All you need is a bottle of hair bleach and a pretty face, and you can be a country singer. It's ridiculous. Kiss at the Silverdome. The Who at the Silverdome. Jealous. I saw the Who too. But probably not at the Silverdome, I don't think. Maybe I did. Oh my God. We might have been at the same concert, Loves Would Heat. I think that was at the Silverdome. I saw the Beasties at the Silverdome too. That's really cool, Kristen. Is there any way we can buy squares paid another way? Yeah, you can pay Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, or www.j4j411.live. And you can use a card on that site. Red Rocks saw Robert Plant, Alison Krauss. I'm a diehard Zeppelin fan. That's awesome, Gene P. I've always wanted to go to Red Rocks. You met Michael Jackson and George Jones in the Nashville. Wow. That's something. Amy Grant. Oh my God, I remember her. Baby, baby. Amy Grant. Rob Zombie. Too human for human. Isn't that song? Too human for human. You saw Diddy, Alice Cooper at Kobo. Kobo. I miss Kobo. Remember going to the bar? What was that bar called right by Kobo where everybody wrote their names on the wall? Remember the Kobo? It was like a little pub. What was that called? I'd love to go to Red Rocks. Alanis Morissette on New Year's Eve in Niagara and Victoria Park. From the Falls? Cool. You met Kurt Cobain? Too human for human. Richie Havens at the NO House. Oh, in New Orleans at the House of Blues. Wow, Andy. That's neat. It's okay. It's all right, Cindy. You can use a card on the one site too. Page and Plant 98. 90. Oh, Seba 1966. The Beatles at Olympia Stadium. Teresa, yes, I used to go to Harpo's every weekend, and my feet would stick to the floor because of the fucking tequila sunrises that they served, and we all spilled. Hell yeah. Harpo's was the place to go with your fake ID. I mean, Teresa, remember the slow dances at Harpo's at the end of the night? They'd turn the lights on and we'd all be slow dancing with our burnout guys that we met that night. I did bars in Detroit. I went to the Shelter, Harpo's, the State Theater. Where else did we go? TLC. You smoked with Snoop Dogg at your local dispensary. That's cool. Slipknot. Too human for human. I like Tribe Called Quest. Can you kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Seen the hookup slow dances. Oh my God, we were so bad. So bad. And that was so far. I remember going down there with Reed Hampton. I don't know how we got dumb. St. Andrews, yep. The Shelter. It was in the basement. And it was like 3 floors. It was 3 floors of different kind of music. Like the Shelter in the bottom floor was like hip hop. And then they had like a live band on the 2nd floor. And then techno like up on the 3rd floor. Really, Kendi? You missed like an entire J discussion. Can I kick it? 2 Live Crew. How about 2 Live Crew in Detroit? Anybody at that show when they had the huge problems? I know, weed. Weed. Gene P saw Taylor Swift in, I think, 2007. She opened up for George Strait. She was an opener then. Wow. Boys to Men. Motown Philly back again. How about I can't think of any more. You guys have Really? Electricity? No, I never went clubbing in Pontiac. Never did Skulls. I didn't do that. I wasn't like a clubbing kind of person. Got into a club with a fake ID, and that's when I met Boys to Men. Prince. That's awesome. The Fugees. Killing my hand. Family Values Tour, 1998. We used to get our IDs at this place called Bob's IDs in Detroit. Bob's ID or some shit. We would go there. Bob would take our picture. He'd laminate the shit. We took it on spring break. We could buy beer with them and everything else. Buttercup, yes, I absolutely will. Buttercup, you are Marianne G, right? Robin, I'm glad you found it too. It's good to have all of you here. Hendrix was great at Woodstock. Flat as a Pancake album was awesome. Prince was just a little guy. Yeah. Foghat, absolutely. Blue Oyster Cult, ELO. Telephone lines. Yeah, I wasn't a big clubber either, Kristen. I liked live music. I liked dancing to live music. I don't know. We had a good time going down to Detroit. We should be back shortly, guys. So, random fun fact, I went to school with Kid Rock, right? Teresa did too. Just Teresa. We both went to junior high and high school with Kid Rock, and he used to DJ our dances. Do you remember that, Teresa? Do you remember when he was told not to play Billy Idol Moni Moni, and he did, and we all yelled, "Get laid, get fucked"? You've got to remember that. That was like a monumental moment of junior high school. And now our junior high school just got tore down. I was there in last May, and I was like, oh my God. I drove by and I wanted to cry. I can't believe it's just gone. It just sucks. How about WLLZ? Baby. Telephone line doesn't make me cry. It makes me feel like someone needs to get a backbone. I'm just kidding. It is sad. They're getting blown off. No one will answer the phone. Looks like we're getting some movement in the Eagle. The Eagle just shifted a little bit. Dave and Chuck the Freak, yeah. I know. I love that we're all music lovers, too. I know. I went to Lakeside, Teresa. I took video. I'm going to put together a video of Lakeside back when it was like, there's a lot of footage out there of Lakeside when it was hopping. And then now I went there and got a bunch of footage because I didn't know when it was going to be torn down. Let me refresh the football squares and see where we stand. It looks like we're still at 50 left, guys. Oh, there's a fruit fly. I think a bug just went down my throat. I think I'm going to choke.
You want a cough drop?
I'm sexy and I know it.
I work out. Keith Sweat. Oh, I loved Keith Sweat. Oh, Gene P. That's sad. I'm sorry. I did see the damn Yankees. Yep. At Cobo, I think. You got backstage at STP? That's pretty cool. I saw them a couple of years. Well, I guess it's been more than a couple of years, dude. Time is flying.
I feel like I just had a bug fly in my throat. I haven't seen any bugs in here.
SWV. Let me see. I'm scrolling back because I think chat's flying. Yeah, Lakeside is dead now. Uncivil Law, want company for a few? Sure. I think they're going to be coming back, though, in a minute. They were supposed to be back already, I believe. Do you want to come up while they're playing testimony, Uncivil? I think they should be back anytime. I love the lunchtime discussion. I like Alice in Chains too. I'm not a big Janis Joplin fan. Don't hit me, but I'm not. All right, let me get it set up. Did you fall asleep on us yesterday, Uncivil? I had you all set up yesterday, and then I was like, he went to sleep. Someone said he was tired. I'm like, we'll let him off the hook today. I'm just kidding. Let's get you pulled up here. Here's the link. Look at me. I'm on it today. Uncivil. Like I said, I like everything but country. Oh, you had other things come up. I get it. I get it. I get it. It's all good in the hood. Come on up. Make yourself known. We're going to get over here on our screen. We're going to bring Uncivil Law up for some of the testimony. He's going to hang out with us. Good stuff going on here at J is for Justice. We're going to unleash the lawyer for a little bit. Robin, where are you?
Unleash the lawyers.
Somebody tag Robin on Discord. She's going to be mad if she misses Uncivil Law up on the channel.
Uncivil Law Joins.
She's going to be pissed. What's up?
The interface for Talk Studio looks different than it did yesterday. Did they change it on me?
I don't know. Does it really?
Yeah, because I couldn't see myself behind stage, and it was weird.
I don't know. I've only used it for you the past few times, so.
I'm honored.
Well, I'm honored that you come up. So, let me get us situated on the screen here. So, what have you caught all of the testimony this morning, or no?
No, not all of it. I caught the last hour of it before they went to lunch, I think.
Yeah, what are your thoughts? Besides, it's absolutely disgusting.
Well, this woman seems medicated or otherwise not fully in her faculties. So I'm curious as to what that is. So I imagine one of the questions on cross will be like, what medication are you on? Because that seems very relevant.
You think they're going to ask her that?
I would, because it goes to her ability to answer questions. Mm-hmm. If they know the answer, which I mean they would, I would assume. So like, what medications are you on? And even if the answer is you're on under no medications, I can just be like, okay, she's just naturally spacey. So I don't really even care what the answer is. Because if she's on medication, she explains it. And if she's not on medication, it's just natural. And that explains it. So either way, I don't care. As to everything else that's going on, I just find her overall not particularly credible. It's my understanding that she's been charged with perjury already. Mm-hmm. Her testimony seems a little, I don't completely buy the I was a victim of domestic violence and I only went along with it out of fear narrative. That doesn't quite ring true coming from her. So I have doubts about her credibility, reliability, and other factors. But the things she's testifying to are pretty horrific. I mean, lime is a body decompositing material. So if you have lime, it's like you're planning to dispose of body, unless you're a farmer and using it for other reasons.
Yes. Ready?
Oh, they're back.
That's not the situation here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what John Wayne Gacy used in his basement. Was lime.
Putting children in the freezer is sus. So there's problems.
I know you can't hear it through Melon here. I apologize for that. I know it's kind of a pain.
It's okay. I'll figure it out. You could theoretically add the court feed to the Melon and share it through that, and then just make the entire screen the Melon feed. That would work. I mean, it would get rid of some of your other interface stuff, but it would work. That works too. There you go.
Like that?
That works. Yeah, I can hear it now.
Okay. Let's get just that up then. We'll just put us up on the screen, like you said. Always improvising, you know it?
Oh, don't I know it? I do it all the time.
You have
5
to.
years into it, I still do it.
You have to.
Yes, Ron.
All right. We'll just get us up on the screen, and we will be all set. So you guys will be able to see us and hear the feed, and that way Uncivil can hear it in real time with us as well. That makes it a lot better.
Yeah, and as I'm sure you already figured out, I was basically trolling you in super chat form.
I know.
I was like, let me give you some money and let me troll you. Okay, the Super Bowl's not going to happen. Okay, I think the Dallas Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl this year.
Smart ass.
Yeah, it's like,
I did give you 2 squares though. You'll probably end up winning.
I'd rather be a smart ass than a dumbass. That's what I keep telling myself.
Well, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. We love getting your insight.
Yeah. I do like the prosecution style and the way he's walking through the evidence. Also, by the way, it may not be a popular opinion, but I really thought the style of the defense's opening was basically perfect. Now, whether or not he can show any of that is a whole other set of problems. But I really like the style.
I'm going to have a lot of questions, but I do want to go back to some of the stuff that you said at the end and make sure I understand. I think you said that you were never alone with Harmony once you were evicted.
Right.
And I think you said pretty much the whole family unit stayed in the car?
Yes.
And that was from the time that you were evicted?
Yes.
And I think you also said something about from the time that you were evicted, every time you were in public, Harmony had to be under a cover.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about an accident that was on November 29?
Yes.
And that's the day after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
A couple of days after you got evicted?
Yes.
And after that, on the same day of that accident, you actually went with the family to your mother's house?
Yes.
And so you, Harmony, Declan, and Seamus are there with your mother and her boyfriend and Adam?
Yes.
You were not in the car at that time?
No, we were inside the apartment.
And Harmony was not under a blanket?
No.
And on December, what is it? Second, you and Adam got in another bit of a fender bender, right?
Yes.
And that was out near Market Street, right?
Yes.
And the kids were not in the car that time, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that they were not in the car?
I don't remember if they were in the car or not.
Okay. So do you remember talking to the police about that traffic accident?
Yes.
And telling them that you thought, where'd it go? That Harmony was being babysat by Tabitha Scott?
Yes.
Because Harmony and Declan and Seamus were not in the car that accident, right?
From when I was being told, asking to remember that.
I beg your pardon?
I was being asked that question before.
Uh-huh.
And I said maybe they were being babysat by Tabitha, because I didn't remember if they were in the car or not.
Okay. You couldn't remember who might be babysitting on either your mother or Tabitha, right?
Right.
Um,
So I don't remember not having them in the car.
okay. If I showed you a copy of the police report on that accident, would that help refresh your recollection of whether or not the kids were in the car?
Yes.
Show you a copy of a report. It's 4 pages, and you can read anything you want to refresh your recollection, but I would start perhaps there, that talks about the gist of the accident.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection about whether the kids were in the car?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about that conversation with the police. You recall the accident?
Yes.
And you recall that it was near Market Street?
Yes.
And you recall that accident when you were talking to the police, correct?
Yes.
And I have a copy of that. We'll go back a little bit. You had a conversation with the police June 3rd. You recall that?
Of what year?
I'm sorry, 2022.
Yes.
And during that conversation, the police asked you about that accident, right?
Yes.
And when they asked you about the accident, they suggested that with it being at Market Street in the morning, you had probably just gone to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And they asked you where the kids were, right?
Yes.
And you said, I think Tabby was watching them. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't remember if it was her or my mom, but I don't know because I wasn't really at my mom's house yet because we went on the 11th.
Yes.
Okay. So when they asked where the kids were, you thought that they were being babysat by Tabitha, perhaps your mother?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to start with actually probably this investigation. And you were contacted by police sorry, a little mixed up, but you were contacted by police in December of 2021, right?
Yes.
But there had actually been information in the media about looking for Harmony Montgomery, right?
Yes.
And you had actually seen things in the newspaper about Crystal Sorey wanting to find her daughter.
Yes.
And then when the police came to you, they wanted to talk to Adam about his daughter, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you and Adam were separated, right?
Yes.
You were living in the shelter.
Yes.
This was your second time at the Fit shelter, right?
Yes.
And Adam was in Maine, right?
Yeah.
And when they talked to you, you told them that as far as you knew, Adam had taken Harmony to his mother's, right?
Her mother's, yes.
I'm sorry, thank you. And you said that you thought Adam was in Maine?
Yes.
But you didn't give them a way to get in touch with him.
Right.
But you got in touch with him.
Yes.
And you said for him to come back to Manchester.
Yes.
You said that he needed to deal with this too.
Yes.
And you said that you were not dealing with it by yourself.
Yes.
And you said, this is not my fault.
Yes.
And Adam came when you contacted him.
Yes.
And he came to Manchester.
Yes.
But he came to Manchester with a woman.
Yes.
Kelsey Small.
Yes.
And you two had been separated since March of 2021?
Yes.
Actually, St. Patrick's Day, wasn't it?
Yes, that's when I left.
You left and you called the police.
Yes.
And Adam got arrested, right?
Yes.
And he was in jail for a while, right?
30 days, yes.
And you said he was going crazy, right?
Yes.
That he started going crazy and accusing you of all sorts of stuff.
Yes.
And he actually struck you.
Yes.
And you called the police.
Yes.
And you stayed with your mom for a little bit after that?
Yes.
And then you were back at the shelter?
Yes.
But you did have a place and the shelter was fine with you being there?
I didn't have a place.
You had a place at the shelter?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. And you contacted Adam?
Yes.
You contacted him quite a bit while he was gone, right?
Yes.
Because he was in jail for a bit and then he went to Farnham Center, right?
Yes, I gave him a ride. So our transportation drove him to the farm center.
And then he went to a sober house?
Yes.
And while at the sober house, you two communicated?
Yes.
But you thought he might be fooling around on you then?
Yes.
And you get mad at him?
Yes.
And you'd tell him he couldn't see the kids?
I don't remember that.
Yes.
Where is she going with this?
I don't know. Her cross is a little disorganized. It's hard to follow the plot.
I agree. I don't know why she's asking about the shelter in the mother's house. I wonder if the mother's going to testify.
I guess the idea may be that she had somewhere to go, so she didn't have to be around her husband at the time of the events, because she could have gone to the shelter, presumably with all of her kids. I guess.
I just kind of want to know why they had to leave the mother's house, because they testified earlier that the cooler with Harmony in it was in her mother's hallway for, I don't know if it was weeks or days, but they were literally in the cooler was in the hallway with the bag in it. I don't know how that didn't smell.
So sometimes you wouldn't let him see the kids and sometimes you would?
I don't remember saying that he couldn't see the kids.
Okay. Sometimes you'd get mad at him.
Yes.
And you'd communicate your anger to him.
Yes.
And then sometimes you got jealous.
Yes.
And you'd communicate your jealousy to him.
But that I didn't know that he was with a girlfriend at those times.
Right. You just were jealous. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Whether it was Kelsey or not, you didn't know what was going on, but...
No, because he was accusing me too.
Right.
So,
right. It was sort of a back and forth relationship between the two of you, right? And you'd get mad at him, or he might get mad at you, right?
yes.
But when things were, but you were actually, both of you sort of trying to get together too, right?
Yeah, we were trying to have our family back together.
Yeah. You considered him your best friend when things were good.
Yes. He was the same way with me too.
Right. You two were pretty connected when things were good, right?
Yes.
And sometimes even when things were not so good.
Right.
Pretty solid with each other.
Yeah.
And so when Adam showed up with this woman in December of 2021, when you called him and told him to come back, you didn't like her.
No.
I think you called her Thing.
Yeah.
But you needed to work with Adam to get through this investigation, right?
That's not why I was being nice to him, was not because of this situation.
Okay. Okay. The police talked to you before you told Adam to come back, but they talked to you after you told Adam to come back too, right?
Yeah.
And you would tell the police that he took Harmony to his mother's.
Yes.
And one time they asked you to come in to the police station and talk to him.
Yes.
And you did go into the police station and talk to him, right?
Yes.
You went in voluntarily, right?
Yes.
You said that you didn't need a lawyer.
No, I never said that.
You said you'd talk to him without a lawyer, right?
I said I wanted a lawyer, but that didn't happen.
Oh.
But I felt like I was doing the right thing.
Because you wanted to do the right thing?
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing for the investigation.
Right.
And you went to the police station to do the right thing for Harmony.
Right.
And you went to the police station and told them that as far as you knew, Adam drove Harmony to Crystal's.
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing, which was to lie?
No, that's not what I said when I went to the police station without a lawyer.
Okay. Do you recall that after you talked to them for a very long time, they gave you a chance to pull your thoughts together and be alone and maybe write down what you wanted to say?
Yes.
And that you did take that time to write down what you wanted to say to them, right?
Yes.
And they came in and you handed them the note, right?
Yes.
And they read the note, right?
Yes.
And they read it out loud for the record.
Yes.
Right? And they had you sign the note, right?
Yes.
And in that note you said, I don't know what happened. No clue. I just know he left to bring her to meet her mom to give Harmony to her after he dropped me off at work in the morning.
Yes.
And you wrote, I'm done talking. And you wrote a little bit more, and then you said, I can't help anymore. I'm sorry. I can't help you. Look at me, however, and I actually can't read it. To show you a copy of
Maybe she should have had it
Exhibit
translated
A2 for ID
before today.
and actually ask you what it says.
Can you give me that word? You can look at me, however.
And I'm asking you if you said this stuff, if you need to refresh your recollection, you can, okay?
Okay.
So you said, I'm sorry, I can't help. You can look at me, however. Think of me, however. You just need to get him to talk because I can't get him to say anything to me. He won't tell me anything. So he obviously did something, and isn't saying anything to me, and if he isn't telling me, how am I supposed to help you? I'm done talking. And then it goes on a little more for other stuff that I won't say, okay?
Okay.
Is that what you wrote for him?
Yes.
And you were done talking, right?
And I remember it saying I want a lawyer.
You did, right? In that
Yes.
letter.
Yes.
And you said that you were done talking and you were getting your lawyer and you wanted to go home now, please, right?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to offer this as as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
What's happening? Another sidebar?
Yeah, I guess that's what's happening.
You can't get up for 2 seconds with this trial.
By the way, as long as we have a break, there are extensions for Chrome which will make the YouTube window the full size of the window, so you don't have to deal with the light borders.
Seriously? I did not know
Yeah,
that. Thank
so,
you. Do you know what it's called?
Go
Javier?
Chrome. I could find out.
Yeah, because I use the volume booster for Chrome. Do you use that?
YouTube windowed full screen.
Thank you.
That's what it's called. Yeah, there you go. So you can make the thing look nice.
Thank you.
I'm here to help.
I appreciate that because that always bothered me. Did you see me messing with it? I was trying to stretch it, get it like the most I can.
Just download the extension, redo the window, and you have a little button that you do it and make it look nice. No
Yeah.
problem. No muss, no fuss.
Thank ya.
They're on a break. Do it now.
Can I do it while I'm live? I just have to refresh
Sure,
it?
why not?
I just okay.
Probably should. It should be. Yeah, just refresh the window that the YouTube thing is, and it should be fine. If it's a separate window, I'd imagine it should be fine. If not, well, then you'll know that too. And if it all goes to hell and the stream crashes, then you can blame me.
You guys heard it first. YouTube windowed full screen.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's the one.
Add to Chrome. I love these extensions. Do I need a shortcut key or no?
No, it's going to give you a little icon in the bottom of the window that allows it to stretch out. It's like two arrows pointing apart from each other.
Yep. Let me see.
And then you just click that and it makes the thing look nice.
What happened?
Embiggen.
Did it work?
Yeah. Looks great. No, not really. Not yet.
Wait, hold on. I'm still playing with it. I'm going to refresh really quick.
There you go. All right. So do you have a little thing at the bottom?
You were lying to the
those,
police
you see those
about
arrows
what
next
happened,
to the CC?
right?
You see those arrows next
Right.
to the CC at the bottom of the window?
And you were giving them
There
a
you go.
lie that
Ta-da!
pretty much gave you, made you look completely innocent.
Yes.
Okay. And then they came to you another time?
Yes.
While you were at the Fit shelter?
Yes.
And they wanted to ask you about Adam, right?
Yes.
Because they actually saw you and Adam talking outside of the Fit shelter, and Adam had just walked away, and they came up, right?
I don't remember how that went, but I guess.
Okay. Pretty much right after Adam walked away, they walked up, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. When they told you that they wanted to talk about Adam, you just sort of smiled at him and walked away, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And when the officer asked you to come to the police department, you said you'd already told him everything, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie as well, right? Yes. And then during that interview, you also told them that you didn't understand why Crystal was saying she didn't have harmony.
Yeah.
Okay. And in that, and what you told the police back then was that you didn't have a clue what had happened, right?
Right.
And again, you are distancing yourself so that you have no fault in this, right? They can't blame you.
That's not what I was doing. I was doing what I was told to do the whole time.
Okay. Well, Adam got arrested on January 5th, right?
Yes.
You got arrested on January 6th.
Yes.
You knew that Adam was arrested, right?
Yes.
And you were arrested for something that eventually became a theft charge, right?
Yes.
And after you were arrested, you were incarcerated.
Yes.
You were incarcerated for several months.
Yes.
And you wanted to get out.
Yes.
You worked very, very hard to get out, right?
Yes.
You worked very hard to get into rehabilitation shelters and the like in hopes that you could get out to the shelter on bail.
Yes.
And it took a long time, right?
Yes.
I think it was May 6th you finally got out?
Yeah, it was 4 months.
Pardon?
4 months.
Okay. So May 6th is about right?
Yes.
I want to talk about some of the things going on while you were in jail, waiting to get out. Adam, by the way, you knew was not out on bail, right?
Right.
And you knew he could not get out on bail, right?
Right.
You had the ability to get out on bail, but he did not.
I didn't know he didn't have a chance to get out on bail.
Okay.
I didn't know what was going on with him.
Okay. What do you mean you didn't know what was going on?
I didn't know what his situation was with either getting out or not getting out or trying to get out. I had no idea.
Okay. You were sort of following events while you were incarcerated, right?
Not really.
Okay. You were following what was going on with Adam while you were incarcerated, right?
Overruled.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember talking to people about the fact that Adam was still talking to Kelsey on the phone while he was incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you were saying, you know, I have ways of finding things out, right?
No.
Okay. We'll get back to that in a second. During that period of incarceration that you wanted to get out, you did not tell the police the truth of what happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
You didn't tell the police how Harmony died?
Right.
You didn't tell them when she died?
Right.
You didn't tell them anything truthful at all, right?
Right.
And then while you were in jail, you sort of thought about your own trouble and maybe how to get out of trouble, right?
Not just my own trouble, but okay.
What do you mean?
Attitude.
I don't know how to explain it.
You thought about missing the kids, you mean? Their trouble too, because they didn't have their mother?
Yeah, and Adam. I was still thinking about Adam too.
Okay. You were thinking about Adam, weren't you?
Yeah.
And while you were thinking about how to get out of trouble, you sort of wrote some of your thoughts down on paper about how to get out of trouble, right?
Not how to get out of trouble, just what I was thinking. Yes.
About what you wanted, well, you talked about betraying Adam, right?
Right.
To get what you wanted, right?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what is marked for ID as G10. Let's see if you recognize these writings. You finished?
Yeah.
Do you recognize those writings?
Yes.
And those are writings of your thoughts that you put to paper about what you wanted to betray Adam, right?
No. They are my thoughts. Yes.
Okay. Well, let's go. One of the things that you wanted was one last time with Adam, right?
Right.
You wanted one last time to maybe kiss him or make love.
Yep.
And what you didn't write was that you wanted protection from Adam, right?
Right.
What you didn't write was that you were afraid of Adam, right?
Right.
Because you didn't want protection from Adam, right?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Okay. You just wanted to be with him one last time before you, as you put it, betrayed him, right?
Yes.
And having one last time with Adam before you talked to the police, you felt like he would understand and he would love you back, right?
No, I'm thinking about the conversation that him and I had before.
About
the kids still having their mother
Okay.
when this situation occurs.
Right.
And that he would take everything.
Yeah.
So that I could be with the kids.
Right. You two talked about that and what would happen, and you both agreed that you were the mother. You were more important to the kids, right?
Right.
That you were the mother of his children, right?
Right.
And you needed to be there for his children,
Right.
right? And you needed to be around more than he needed to be around.
No.
You actually wanted him to not be caught, right?
Yeah, I didn't.
Pardon?
I didn't.
And you wanted him to not be blamed for the death.
Right.
Because he didn't do what you said he did.
He did do what he did.
Okay. Well, one of the things that you wanted, other than being alone one last time, was immunity. Immunity for everything, the charges you were facing and what you were about to say, right?
Right.
And it's what you were about to say about Adam, right?
Right.
You weren't going to say anything about you if you didn't have to, right?
I was going to say everything.
Okay. And you wanted the kids in your life. You didn't want to lose custody of your kids, right?
Right.
And you wanted treatment, right?
Right.
You wanted mental health counseling, right?
Right.
And immunity from everything. Where did you learn about immunity? For
Adam.
Adam told you about immunity?
Yeah.
And this is things that you're going to talk to your lawyer about?
Yes.
Okay. And you thought that you want to see what the AG has to offer, but you don't want to end up being screwed yourself by them, right?
Right.
You didn't want them to play games with you and then you would get fucked in the end, right?
Yeah, because that's what Adam said that they would do.
Okay. It was all Adam, right?
I am my own person, but yes.
Okay. And you said, I am so fucked, I should just, I don't know, for Harmony, for me, for my kids, so you actually thought, maybe I will help with the investigation for Harmony.
Yeah.
And one of the things is you were noticing that Seamus was having a hard time, as well as Declan, and you didn't want them to get adopted out, right?
Right.
And it's one of the things that you talked to Adam about when you two agreed not to talk about Harmony's death, was that people would take the children.
Right.
And you didn't want people to take the children, right?
Right.
And you would rather hide Harmony's death than have the state come and take the children from you, right?
That's not what I was thinking.
Okay. But you two talked about it and how important it was for you to be there with the kids and for them not to take the children, right?
Yes.
And it is a conversation that you and Adam had after you discovered Harmony's death.
Yes.
And it is something that you agreed to after you discovered Harmony's death, right?
Yes.
And Adam did agree to take the fall after you discovered Harmony's death and had that conversation.
Yes.
And as you said, when you two were in sync, it was about as tight as it could be, right?
Right.
Best friends, do anything for the other.
Right.
That note was your thoughts for what you wanted your attorney to talk to the AG about, right?
Yes.
And that note was found in your cell, hidden like between the mattress and the frame?
No, it was in a book.
Okay. But it was found during a regular cell search, right?
Yes.
And the COs asked you about that note.
Yes.
And you said that you wanted to talk to the AG.
Yes.
Right? And when you hoped to talk to the AG, those were the conditions that you wanted to get.
Yes.
And you did not have a conversation with the AG in January, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with the AG in February, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with the AG in March, right?
No.
But you did get a subpoena for the grand jury.
Yes.
And you understood what the grand jury was.
Yes.
And you did get out May 6th, right? That was before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you still didn't talk to the AG before you went to the grand jury.
Right.
By the way, I would like to have that introduced as a full exhibit. That would be G for ID.
Coach?
Sidebar. Thoughts on civil law? You're muted. Oh, I think he's talking to someone else.
Yeah.
Oh.
I muted myself so I wouldn't accidentally have my audio pop through while we were listening. I was being considerate, but I forgot to unmute myself. Anyways, yeah, I mean, she's just exposing herself to be non-credible, exposing herself to be motivated to lie, and, you know, just kind of exposing her biases. Still surprised we haven't asked about the medication question. That seems odd, but okay.
Do you think the jury, though, is not going to be really surprised at her lack of credibility being a past drug user anyways? I wouldn't put a whole lot of stock into her, I guess, is my thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, the evidence, of course, has to be weighed by the fact finder based on a whole number of factors. And so, you know, to mirror the instructions, you can believe her in whole or part, not at all. The amount of weight that you give her is sort of up to your discretion, how much it matters. And then, of course, even if you disbelieve her in the entirety, you have other evidence to work from. So the question sort of at the end of the day is whether or not the accumulation of evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt as to the state's theory of the case. And so I don't find her particularly credible, but some of the stuff she's saying seems possible and certainly seems to be very implicating to the defendants. So,
well, I think some of the stuff she says you can't really make up. I mean, talking about a NutriBullet and, you know, a lot of these accounts of what happened to Harmony, I think are believable. Not that she's believable, but just the information just seems like it's real.
I understand that. That's very logical.
Jessica is in the courtroom, and she said the jury looks like they're not buying what she's saying. That's her perception.
I'm not surprised.
They're probably just disgusted. You know, I mean, she saw all of this. She saw Harmony go through all of this and didn't do anything about it. So I would maybe expect some disgust as a mother.
Yeah. She's definitely not Mother of the Year, or that much I think we can all agree on.
Yeah. Thanks, Potato. Why don't you tell us about you real quick before they come back for the newbies in chat?
About me?
Mm-hmm. Someone asked who you
were. My name is Uncivil Law. I run the channel called Uncivil Law. I'm a licensed attorney in Texas, Virginia, and to practice before the U.S. Supreme Court. I've been licensed to practice for 15 years, and on my channel I engage in legal discussion, a legal analysis, a lot of Supreme Court stuff this afternoon. I'm going to be doing a review of the argument yesterday relating to Trump's ballot access in Colorado. Yesterday, I did a legal analysis relating to emergency access to abortions in Texas.
So all kinds of issues.
The objections
yeah, just anything that looks interesting.
Exhibit G.
Thank you. Your biggest fan is in chat, Robin.
Is entered as a full
all right.
exhibit.
I find the law very, very interesting. We were doing a lot of critique and criticism of the legal theory for Jennifer Crumbly. Some sharp disagreements from yours truly with the Court of Appeals.
Can't wait for James.
Whenever you're ready.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I couldn't do. So in any event, you, after that note was seized, you asked to talk to the AG. You didn't talk to the AG before getting subpoenaed to the grand jury, but you did get out, right?
Yes.
And before you got out, you actually filed for divorce, right?
Yes.
You filed for divorce in March.
Yes.
And you were done, right?
As hard as it was, yes.
Okay, done. He was in your past now.
Not really, but
Okay. But your future was about you now, right?
yeah, I tried.
Okay. And you went to the grand jury in May of 2022. May 20th, actually, right? That sound right?
I didn't know it was in the same month that I got out, but I thought it was around that time, between May and June.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of the front of the transcript of your testimony, would that help refresh your recollection about when it was?
Yes.
Okay, and this is...
I don't like this female attorney as much as the male attorney who opened.
No, me either.
For ID. Does that refresh your recollection? Yes, please feel free to check through the transcript to make sure it's correct and that it's you.
I remember I remember going to this, yes.
Okay. And looking at it doesn't refresh your recollection about the exact day, but it seems like around the...
Yes.
Okay.
Why is she so slow, this lady?
Now, when you went to the grand jury, you had no immunity, right?
Right.
You had no agreement with the state.
Right.
And about 2 years, over 2 years had passed since Harmony had died.
Yes.
And over 2 months had passed since you wrote that note that is Exhibit G of the conditions that you'd like to get for, quote, betraying Adam, right?
Yes.
And so you went to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you were advised that you had to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
They actually swore you in like you were sworn in here.
Yes.
And there was a prosecutor there asking you questions.
Yes.
And there was a group of people, not in this configuration, but probably even more people there that were the grand jury.
Yes.
And
Probably about 23 of them, if I had to guess.
you were not particularly happy with Adam when you went to the grand jury, right?
I was stuck in my head.
Okay. Well, you lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Even though you swore an oath to tell the truth.
Yes.
And not only did you swear an oath to tell the truth, but you were actually given, I think what they called ground rules. Do you remember being given some of the rules of testifying in front of the grand jury?
Yes.
And you were told that you could refuse to answer any question if it would incriminate you, right?
Yes.
And you understood what incriminating you would mean, right?
Yes.
And that meant if it would get you in trouble.
Yes.
And you were told that incrimination was pretty much if your answer would risk you being charged with a crime.
Yes.
And you were also told that if you did answer, you had to answer truthfully.
Yes.
But you were also told that if you had an answer that got someone else in trouble, you had to answer that.
Yes.
And you were asked if you had any questions about those rules, right?
Yes.
And you were also told that if you had a question about any of the questions,
yes,
meaning if a question might incriminate you or not, you could take a break, step outside and talk to your lawyer, right?
Yes.
Your lawyer wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but he was available to you, right?
Yes.
And if you thought that a question might get you in trouble, you could go out and talk to your lawyer.
Yes.
And you were also told
the witness's lawyer is not allowed in the grand jury room.
You could get charged with perjury if you lied to the grand jury.
Yes.
You were told that not only could you get charged with perjury if you lied to the grand jury, but you could get charged with perjury for each and every lie.
Yes.
And that a perjury charge could bring a sentence of 3.5 to 7 years.
Yes.
In prison.
Yes.
And that if you lied more than once, you could get more than one sentence of 3.5 to 7.
Yes.
You could get a sentence of 3.5 to 7 for every lie you told to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you lied to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you lied more than once?
Yes.
You lied more than twice?
I only got 2 counts of it, so I don't remember lying more than twice.
You do not recall lying more than twice to the grand jury?
Right.
You think you only lied twice to them?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go through what you talked to the grand jury about.
Yeah, so she's a perjurer, so that doesn't
They
help.
actually talked to you. The prosecutor
When your key witness is a perjurer, it's not great.
And that's all you
Yes.
have.
I couldn't tell. Was it this note that was handwritten by you, or was it a copy of it?
It was a copy of it.
Okay. And he read some and had you read some of the note out loud to the grand jury so he could ask you questions about it, right?
Yes.
And he asked you what you meant by thinking about betraying Adam, right?
Yes.
And you said you were thinking about, that he hurt Adam, Harmony, right?
Yes.
Because he had actually only been arrested on June 5th for second-degree assault to Harmony.
Yes.
And you said that betrayal sort of referred to that. You were going to betray him on that.
Yes.
Okay. Because you said that you didn't know what happened to Harmony, that you had no idea.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
And you said you thought Adam hurt her, but you didn't know what happened to her.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
And that was a lie that protected you, but pointed the finger at Adam, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked about physical abuse by Adam?
Yes.
And you said he spanked her a couple of times when she wasn't listening or something, but it wasn't a lot.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
No.
And when they asked, well, what is it that you're talking about betraying him, you said, well, he verbally abused her by putting her in a corner and spanking her.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
No.
Okay. You told the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony was 2 days after Thanksgiving, 2019.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
You told them that Adam dropped you off at work because he was bringing her to her mother's.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
And you said all the kids were in the car, you were going to work, and everybody was fine.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
You said that you worked in the morning. You knew it was, they asked you about your shift, and you said it was 6 to 2 at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
And that was the truth for when you worked at Dunkin' Donuts, but it was a lie for 2 days after Thanksgiving, right? You didn't work at Dunkin' Donuts 2 days after Thanksgiving.
Right.
And that was one of the lies that you got charged with.
Yes.
Okay. But you had lied before that, right? To the grand jury already.
Yes.
And then you also said the day that you were working on at the Dunkin' Donuts, and that was your second charge.
Yes.
So you got charged for lying about the shift that you worked at Dunkin' Donuts, and you got charged for lying about...
It was the location.
The location, not the day.
Yes.
Okay. The location of Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
But not all those other lies that we've already talked about. You didn't get charges for them, right? And when you told the grand jury that you were working at Dunkin' Donuts that day, the prosecutor actually gave you a hint. He said, "Are you sure?" And you said, "Yeah," right?
Yeah. Yes.
And he said, "Take a minute and think, because we had the records," right?
Right.
And you repeated the lie anyway.
Yes.
And but you knew that they knew at that point that you might be lying.
Yes.
You knew that you might be getting caught.
Yes.
And you didn't know what to do.
No, I did not.
So you just continued in your lie.
Yes.
And so you said that you had a conversation with Adam, and he told you a day or two before taking Harmony to her mother that he was going to do that, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie?
Yes.
And you said that you figured he gave her to her mom because her mom, Crystal, had a place.
Yes.
You didn't figure he gave her to her mom.
No.
You knew that she had died.
Yes.
And she had died in the car.
Yes.
She died in the car with you.
Yes.
And you knew it.
Yes.
And so when you said you're trying to convince the grand jury that you're telling the truth, right?
Right.
Because every time you lie to them, you are subject to 3.5 to 7.
Right.
And so you want them to believe you.
Right.
And then you tell them that one of the reasons that you didn't think about what was going on with Harmony was because you had a lot of stuff going on with your son.
I don't remember that.
Okay. You said that one of the reasons that Adam brought Harmony to her mom was because she had already been through so much with the state that he didn't want her to live in the car anymore, and she could live in a better place with Crystal.
Yes.
And that, again, was trying to get the grand jury to believe your story.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And you said Harmony was a normal kid, right?
Yes.
And that was not a lie.
No.
You said that she had issues like anybody else.
Yes.
And that was not a lie.
No.
And you said that you actually, when Adam came back without Harmony, you actually asked, did you take Harmony to Crystal, like you said, and he told you he had.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
You told the grand jury you didn't think it was strange that Adam didn't buy Harmony birthday cards or talk to Crystal about Harmony, right?
Right.
And they asked you why, and you said it was because you had your own issues with your eldest son, and with all that you and Adam were going through, you weren't thinking about Harmony or your eldest son.
Right.
And that is a son that is not of you and Adam, right?
Right.
That is a son that you were also visiting.
Yes.
And there was a lot going on with your son. Adam had a lot going on with Harmony. And so you just didn't think about all those things because it was too chaotic.
Yes.
And so while some of that might be true, that certainly wasn't why you weren't thinking about Harmony, or about Adam not staying in touch with Harmony, right?
Right.
Because you knew Adam was dead, right? Harmony was dead, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And so you just sort of made that up as a reason why things are going on in your head, so something that would be strange to other people wasn't strange to you, right?
Right.
It just sort of popped into your head. This is a good reason to give the grand jury to try and convince them I'm telling the truth.
Right.
But it was from a real life detail, right? That was going on in your life with your eldest son.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that Adam had been violent to you, so you believed that he had been violent to his daughter.
Yes.
But you hadn't seen anything.
Right.
And you told them that you were under the assumption that whole time that Harmony was with her mother.
Yes.
Another lie.
Yes.
You told the grand jury, obviously, you were thinking he did something wrong, but you didn't want to think about that, right?
Right.
And you said because you had the other kids too, right?
Right.
You had other stuff to think about.
Right.
When the prosecutor asked you, do you think it's a good possibility that Harmony's not around anymore? You said that could be a possibility, right?
Right.
You didn't tell them that you knew she was dead, right? You didn't tell them that you were there when she died.
Right.
And that's kind of a lie by omission, right?
Yes.
It's like not telling them something to send them down the wrong road, right?
Right.
And when they asked you if you remembered any more about the day that Adam drove off with Harmony, you told them what you remembered. Seamus was 2 and Declan was 11
months.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if you remembered anything Adam said, and you said, no, not that I can. You sort of let it trail off, right?
Right.
You were asked if you were done with Adam at the time that you were testifying, right?
Right.
They said, are you done with him? And you said yes.
Right.
And are you saying that was a lie?
Yes.
Okay. And you told them that you kept insisting that all you knew was that Adam drove off with Harmony, and that was all you knew.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And that is protecting you.
And Adam.
It's actually pointing the finger at Adam, right?
No.
Okay.
Not
Well-
when it's the lie.
Okay. Because you told them that you thought Adam must have done something wrong with Harmony, right?
Right.
And you were pointing the finger at Adam, right?
Right.
And you were protecting you.
Right.
Okay. And when the subject of the items that Harmony had, you told him that Harmony had a sports cup with pink flowers, right?
I don't remember telling them that. They showed me a picture of it.
Oh, okay. Do you remember telling them that?
I just remember the picture.
Did you tell them that she was wearing Nike sneakers?
Yes.
And that she was wearing a Star Wars hoodie?
Yes.
And you talked to the jury with a straight face about remembering what she was wearing, right?
Yes.
even though the Star Wars hoodie is what you cut off of her body in the shower at Union Avenue.
Right.
Okay. And you didn't have any problem talking about that to the grand jury, that that's what she was wearing, right?
Right.
But you did have a problem telling the grand jury the truth, that you were cutting off her clothes in the shower at Union Avenue.
Right.
And you said the last time you saw Harmony, she was happy.
Yes.
And you had no problem with that lie to the grand jury, right?
Right.
And the last time you saw Harmony, you thought she was asleep, but she was dead.
Yes.
Okay. One of the things that happened at the grand jury was you were talking about some of the things that the family did after eviction, right?
Yes.
And you talked about going to Colonial Village, right?
Yes.
And Colonial Village is what you've talked about on Direct, pretty much where you kind of camped out during the weeks before you went to your mom's.
Yes.
And I think you told the grand jury that you went to your mom's around the 11th.
Yes.
And that seems about right?
Yeah, it was the beginning of December.
The 11th?
Like the beginning of the month of December.
Okay, well,
I call that the beginning. Sorry.
you'd been in the car for a couple of weeks before going to your mom's, right?
Right.
So, you told them that your car had died and you slept in the car of your friend Anthony Badero for a weekend.
Yes.
And it was sometime after that that you went to your mom's.
Yes.
And you told them that Badero saw Harmony every day while living at the Colonial for that couple of weeks, right?
Yes.
And that was a slip-up, right?
I don't remember.
Well, if you were telling the grand jury that Harmony died on November 30th, but you're talking about being in the car for a couple of weeks from the 20...
Ask that the record be clarified.
All right, hold on. No speaking objections. Please approach.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's a little tedious at times, but trying to prove that this woman is a liar and trying to prove all the way she's a liar just to prove, it's a little tedious at times, but just showing her to be unreliable, showing her to be just trustworthy. I don't believe her.
What kind of effect do you think this will have on the jury?
It's got to be helpful to the defense, I imagine, because...
Right.
This
You
so
told the
unreliable.
grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony was November 30th,
Yes.
which was 3 days after your eviction,
Yes.
but that you stayed at Colonial Village, you have said, for about 2 weeks
Yes.
after eviction, right?
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that Bordello saw Harmony every day behind the Colonial
Yes.
for those 2 weeks, right? That was a slip-up, right?
No, because he did see her.
Okay. For 2 weeks?
He did see her a couple of times, yes.
You said every day behind the Colonial?
Not every day.
Okay. For those 2 weeks.
The
you
attorney
saw
seems
her,
well
right?
prepped.
Yes.
She knows.
For a couple of
She knows what
weeks,
questions she
right?
needs to ask. She's
couple
just
of
a little bit
days.
not great in her style.
During those weeks, he did see her for a couple of days.
Do you recall which days?
No, I just know we were still in the car.
She knows what to ask to trip her up, right?
Yeah, she knows what she needs to ask. It's just the way she presents it is not particularly helpful. Could be the up talk or something, or the fry. I'm not sure what it is, but it's a little bit. A vocal coach would go a long way.
Did Anthony Bordello didn't see y'all very much before you were parked at the Colonial, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did he see Harmony often?
Once in a while, if we drove to his place.
Okay. Would you go in to his place with Harmony?
No.
Okay.
We'd be in the car.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you a portion of your grand jury testimony.
This, incidentally, by the way, is why you always want to invoke your right to remain silent and your right to an attorney. Just by the way.
So you don't
ever talk to the police. Yeah, don't talk to the police.
And then I'm
Don't
gonna ask you some
talk to the grand
questions
jury.
about it,
Don't talk to
okay?
anybody.
Okay.
Okay. And I will say that this starts after you're talking about the accidents that we've talked about earlier today.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to show you a specific page, which is 45. And feel free to read anything that you want, but start at 45, going through until the subject changes, okay?
Okay.
Where's the link to your Discord? Is it in your, Oh, there it is. No.
I'll put it in there.
Do you not have it in your video description?
I don't. Someone else asked that. I need to put it in there, don't I?
Yeah,
It's members only, though.
Aw.
I had it open to everybody, and I had too many trolls in there. It was bad.
I appreciate that.
If you send me your email, I can add you, though. Or if you give me your email, whatever you use for that, I can manually add you. I've
Okay,
done
fair
that
enough.
for people, so. Yeah, just let me know what you use to log in or whatever, and then I can add you. Or what your username is. I don't really know how that works.
My username is Uncivil Law. That's easy enough.
Alright, let me see if I can find you and add you. Dude, we're gonna get Uncivil Law up in the Discord right now. We're gonna get him up in this bitch.
The fact the defendant's not there, though, he's going down.
Even with
There's no
her
way.
being like she is.
I mean, you can't help. Yeah, so it's a pretty big thing to not show up to your own trial. That's pretty big. You're already convicted, right, and serving a life sentence. It's not like you have anything better to do, so I don't know. But whatever.
Counsel, while she's reviewing that, why don't you approach her?
Okay, I'm trying to find you on Discord. I'm kind of a Discord newbie. Can you find me and friend me?
Well, what's your
It's just
what's your
J
name?
is for justice, I think, with the number 4.
All right.
I think. I don't freaking know. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I'm still trying to get used to this. Yeah, it's J is number 4 justice.
Apparently, you're not accepting friend requests.
Shit, are you serious? I get
Yeah.
them from other people. Oh, let me.
You don't love me.
Okay, I'm gonna try to
Okay.
find you this.
Okay. So, and I'm starting at page 45. The prosecutor talked about, so you stayed near Colonial Village for a period of time, right?
Yes.
I want to know
And he's
if
talking
offensive
about
law was
after
disbarred.
eviction,
No.
when you are staying
No,
in the
I've never been
car
disbarred.
with
What
the
kind of a
family
question is that?
behind, Colonial Village, right?
Yes.
What?
And you say yes, he asked if any.
What did I miss?
No, someone in your chat said, Georgia in your chat said, I want to know if uncivil law was disbarred.
Where?
And I was like, no, I've never been disbarred.
Why would she
what a
ask
strange
that?
What a strange question.
I didn't see that. Georgia, no.
No.
Virgo's
Pretty
got
sure
it.
I'd remember that. Pretty sure I'd remember that one.
Yeah, that was odd.
Yeah.
Did you get a friend request from me on here?
Let me check. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's not gonna fly.
Script, refresh your recollection.
There you are. Yeah, I got it.
And
Accepted.
at first, you told them that Badero saw Harmony. Did you tell them that Badero saw Harmony for probably every day for like a couple of weeks?
Yes.
Was that the truth?
No, it was like every couple of days.
For the whole 2 weeks?
Yes.
He would go out there to the car, right? And talk to y'all, right?
Yes.
And sometimes he and Adam would go off and do stuff.
No.
Adam and he might actually give Badero, drive Badero in Badero's car for a while, right?
No.
And that's why was Badero coming out to the car for you?
Because we were getting drugs.
Okay, so you're saying Badero came out to the car to give you drugs?
Yes.
Okay. You said that Badero saw Harmony probably every day, but now you're saying it's probably every couple of days?
Yes.
And after you said that to the prosecutor, do you remember actually addressing the fact that you said that you hadn't seen Harmony after November 30th?
No.
Does that refresh your recollection about whether he raised that?
I'm sorry.
That he actually reminded you that you had said that Harmony went missing on the 30th, right?
Right.
And so he said, are you saying Badero saw Harmony before November 30th? And you said, yeah.
Yes, he did.
Okay. But you were actually saying also that Badero saw Harmony during that 2-week period that you were behind his place.
Right.
Okay. But you said that Harmony had disappeared, been gone, left.
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
So that was sort of a slip saying that, right?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
All right, I'm going to sign off for now because I got to stream in an hour and I need a break.
All
We're
right.
talking
Sorry about that, but
events
thank you for coming
after
up.
the 30th, where
No worries, guys. Have
Badero
fun.
is
Talk to you
seeing
later.
Harmony at a time that you're telling the grand jury that Harmony is gone off. Adam took her to her mother.
After the 30th. He saw her before that.
Okay.
Okay.
For 2 weeks after eviction, while you're staying at Colonial Village, he saw her during those 2 weeks. Is that right?
Yes.
So eviction would be November 27, right?
Yes.
And for that 2-week period, that would take you just shy of December 8, 9?
Yes.
And so you are saying that Mr. Badero is seeing Harmony in December.
Yes.
That was a slip, right?
No. I didn't know what the last time was that he saw her, but I know that he did see her every couple of days during that time.
Okay, but if Harmony was if you're saying that Harmony is gone since November 30th, how can somebody be seeing her in your car after November 30th?
Objection, Your Honor.
Approach.
I hope that comment was deleted because I didn't see it. I was trying to get him on Discord. But, I mean, people are just mean on this platform. And they say things they don't think. I understand you being upset, but she doesn't matter. She's not a member of this channel. And honestly, I've never seen her before. I wouldn't even worry about it. Everybody here respects you and respects your opinion. And Deborah was all over it too. Deborah had your back. People are rude, especially when they're behind a screen name. It's just, that's okay. I get told I'm wearing a wig and all kinds of mean shit too. Absolutely. Everybody respects you and loves you. And we appreciate you coming up on panel. She never came back, so I don't think it was a typo. It was just a rude comment that came out of just left field, whatever. Very helpful.
Go ahead.
You've told the grand jury that you got evicted on the 27th.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that for 2 weeks from that eviction, you stayed at Colonial Village.
Yes.
But you told the grand jury that 3 days after that eviction, Adam took Harmony to his mother's.
Yes.
To her mother's.
Yes.
So that she was no longer in the car.
Yes.
But you also told the grand jury that Anthony Badero saw Harmony throughout that 2 week period, right?
Right.
Okay. Are you saying that Harmony was in your car during that 2 week period for the Badero? Are you telling the grand jury that he was in your car for that 2 week period after Adam had taken Harmony to her mother's?
Yes, because that didn't happen.
Overruled.
Pardon?
Yes, because she didn't actually go missing on November 30th. So yes, he did see her.
Okay. So that was actually the truth, right? And it was a truth that was very inconsistent with the lie that you had been telling, right? So you sort of slipped up there, but it got missed, right? After that, maybe it is a good spot.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time for our mid-afternoon break. We'll take about 15 minutes. And we'll come back and resume the testimony. I'll ask you to just stay here. Please rise for the jurors.
Stand up. Stand up for the jury, guys.
Stand up!
7th inning stretch. Go to the bathroom. Get a breath of fresh air. That's all I'm going to do. I need it. Uncivil, have a great stream. Thank you for being here, guys. I appreciate you. I'm going to switch this screen back. Give me 2 seconds here.
All right, she can step down, have about a 15-minute break, and then she can come on back to the stand. All right, everybody, 15 minutes.
She is going to be the all-day testimony. Damn. Let's see if they've got anything to discuss. Nope. They're going on a break. All right, let's get past the jerk-offs and chat, and let's take a little breather. Today has been a lot of rough shit to listen to. Not fun. We're in it for little Harmony. But I got to figure out what I'm doing for Din Din. It's 2:30, and my ass is getting hungry. Aw, fresh brown eyes. Thank you so much. No, I don't like it when people are mean either. We don't tolerate that kind of shit. That is so nice. Thank you for being here, fresh brown eyes. And your kitty is adorable. Yes, you breathe in, breathe out, Jessica. Jessica is in the courtroom right now. She is live from the courtroom giving us updates and chat. So make sure that you're checking out. If I miss pinning her stuff, which I do, make sure you're reading Jessica because she's sitting right there and she's actually minutes ahead. It is. It just kind of puts you in a bad mood. So let's all get up and take a 7th inning stretch. I'm going to put on a little bit of music. Kind of chill us out a little bit. Thank you for subscribing to Uncivil Law. Ooh. Get some Burger King. Would you get yourself a Whopper with cheese, Angie? Did you get yourself a Whopper or did you get yourself a Chicken Sammy? Both are good. Both are good. Ooh, I'm all zoomed in and shit. Yeah, nobody trolls on civil law in this chat. We don't have guests on for people to come in and insult them. Like, that's not the way we roll here. So Georgia, I think her name is Georgia. We don't do that. We don't have people on panel and then let our chatters talk bad about them or upset them or disparage them or whatever you were doing. I don't like that. And yeah, we're not going to do that here. We just ain't. Because you know what? We get his opinion and we get his thoughts and we get all of that. And it's just, why would you do that? Why would you want to make someone feel uncomfortable or feel bad? Like, that's not cool. And yes, we should all have thicker skin here on YouTube. But you know what? When you're insulting someone's profession, that's kind of a big deal. Absolutely, Pop. And that's how we roll. We don't take any stuff. We're not going to put up with that. We're not going to disparage anybody here. There's enough of that out and away from this chat room and away from this channel that you can hear all kinds of bad stuff and fighting and arguing and all that. Not here. Not today, Satin. Not today.
Oh my God. God forbid one comment.
Miss Robin. Mm-hmm. Right. Especially someone who contributes so much to our Court Watch communities. Ooh, I'm getting hungry just seeing what you guys are having for dinner. She got the DeSantis high heel boot. So guys, I have oh, Jessica, that's sad. There's still Harmony missing posters up. I agree, Tough Tiff. My mods are the best. You guys, chatters are the best. So I had an idea. Actually, my husband had an idea last night. I'm going to set this up where at the end of every stream, we show a missing person poster from a person who's currently missing. We're going to dedicate the end of our lives to that person and read over their poster before we end. Because you know what? With every stream, you never know. You just never know. So like every stream will have a new person showcased. Why not? It'll take 2 minutes And that 2 minutes could make a difference to somebody. I mean, why not make the most of the streams? Because you never know who could be watching. I know sometimes he has those good ideals. Ideas. No, absolutely. It doesn't matter. Every stream is an opportunity, right? And it's like, why waste that opportunity when you can help? Thanks, hey, Megan. Good to see you. Hey, you guys, we have like 13 squares left, I think. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I just got a text from my daughter-in-law, guys. There was a fatality accident while they were on their way to school. We have 13 squares left, I think. Oh my God. She was driving her daughter to school, and she said they still had this man's body laying in the road with the sheet barely covering him. Sophia said, Mommy, that man lost his shoes. And I looked over to see his arms sticking out and his bare feet. Why would you not close the road down? That's what my granddaughter saw on the way to school. Ugh. Super Bowl squares, Robin. It makes me sick. That was on US 41 today in like Sarasota area. Yes, email your suggestions for the missing. I will take any suggestions first before I go off a list. So go ahead and email any missing persons. If you have the poster, even better. Melissa B, I got you. I got you, Melissa B. That man lost his shoes. Oh, it just gave me a lump in my throat.
I feel like I just had a bug fly in my throat.
Oh,
I haven't seen any bugs in here.
But how awful, my baby. All right, Robin, I got you. Robin 4, I'll pick them for you. You can just send it however you want. And who else wanted 4? Melissa B and anybody else? Mel B, I got you down for 4. Any way you want. Just label it football squares or Super Bowl. He'll be back. Yeah, he said he would be back. That sounds great, Melissa. I got you. Oh, Kristen. If you can email your suggestion, if you have someone close to you that's missing, I would be happy to help you. If you have someone that you know that's missing, or you have someone that, you know, a friend or family or somebody you know needs a platform or wants a platform, or, I mean, I will get out anything that's sent my way that legitimately is someone looking for help. I am 150% here to use this platform for anything good that I can use it for. Michael Jones, Nashua, New Hampshire. Can you email me the poster or any information? The more information, the better, that I can get out there. If you've got maps, you've got photos, I'm more than happy to throw those up on the screen. I mean, let's do this. Let's use this platform for some good. Queen Virgo, Jay is the only channel I've bought merch from too. That's so nice. And her son designed one of the shirts. Ugh is the emotion that I feel, right? Meow. We have a lot of ugh moments here. Please do, Ann Pulley. I will use yours first. Any ones I get in my email, I'll put up. That's so nice, Cindy. You got a Whopper meal today on the house. Paying it forward. I love it. Paying it forward is a good thing to do. And we do it every day here. When you guys are gifting memberships, you're paying it forward. Michelle, don't worry. You can play in 2 times speed and get caught up because they are slow today. Kayla's been on all day. I have 2 dogs and a cat, and they are on the Amazon wish list. They have their Amazon wish list. They love getting treats and they love getting prezzies. Robin Millete loves watching the halftime show. What is it? Wardrobe malfunctions? I don't think they have death penalty in New Hampshire, do they? You got a Discord request. What? All right, I got you, Robin. I'm going to pick them right now. I'm picking Melissa's too. What do you mean, Karchi? You got a Discord message. Oh, get yourself a little Yorkie. Did I miss something, Karchi? I am so lost. They do. Is he facing the death penalty? Something in here just clicked. It's right here. Here. Right there, Lynn Goslin. Holy cow, Lauren. Oh, yes, Carlin. Let me scroll up. Oh, you have a request for a watch. Okay, yeah, because we don't have one planned. Except for tonight, we have the Idaho 4, but tomorrow, can we watch a comedy in the next couple Discord streams after all the heaviness, like Uncle Buck or Dodgeball or Parent Trap or something? Absolutely. You guys decide what you want to watch, and tomorrow night will be a funny night. Oh, I had Yorkies too. I had Juliet and Slash. Juju. Oh, yeah, second degree. Duh. Thanks for that, W. I'm losing my mind. Thank you, Lynn. They are yappers. If you don't like barking, you definitely don't want to get a Yorkie. They're back. Are you guys loving the red mic? Isn't it sweet? No, he pled guilty to tampering with a corpse and something else. I've never seen Dodgeball. Maybe we can watch that one. Daisy. Aw. Weekend at Bernie's is a good one. Except Charlie Sheen. I don't know. Blit. Can't with this lady's
I'm going to bring her in, okay?
outfit. All right, here comes Kayla. Kayla. Thank you, Anne. Stella. That's cute. I love that name. Yeah, if you're in Discord, we have a channel for requests. Thanks, Buttercuppy. Fill me up, Buttercup.
Yes.
Don't break my heart. Oh, shit.
No.
Oh.
No.
Kayla's
yet,
like,
not
what?
Not quite yet.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah, that's loud.
Ready?
Why does
Please rise for the jurors.
Why does it keep making that noise?
Stand up!
Guys, I'm eating junk and watching rubbish. You better come out and stop me.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
said, we came home.
Please
we
be seated.
planted flowers on the side of the house.
Holy.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the grand jury, you were asked about those car accidents, remember?
Yes.
And you said that you recalled 2 and that Harmony was in the car for one of them, but she wasn't in the car for the other, right?
Yes.
And that you couldn't remember why she wasn't in the car for the other, right? And you thought that that was a November accident that she wasn't in the car for.
Right.
Is that the December accident that she wasn't in the car for?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember that Tabitha Scott was in the November 29th accident, was in the car during that?
Yes.
Okay. So you thought it was November, but you're probably talking about the December accident where Harmony wasn't in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember on direct that the prosecutor asked you to look at the grand jury?
Yes.
I'm sorry, at this jury. Do you remember when he asked you here to look at this grand jury?
Yes.
And
Overruled.
I said grand jury again, I'm sorry.
Sorry, yes, sustained.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you remember at the end of your direct testimony, the prosecutor asked you to look at this jury?
Yes.
And he asked you, did you kill Harmony? And you looked at this jury and you said no?
Yes.
Do you remember that the prosecutor at the grand jury asked you to look at the grand jurors?
Yes.
And he asked you to tell them what happened to Harmony and you said you didn't know?
Yes.
So looking at jurors while you're lying doesn't change the lie, right?
Right.
So you also told the grand jury that neither Adam nor anyone else asked you to lie about what happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
And that lie that you told the grand jury, you told them freely, right?
Yes.
And it was a lie that you and Adam came up with when you didn't want DCYF in taking your kids or blaming either of you or anything like that, right?
Right.
And that lie protected you and let the investigation focus on Adam.
Yes.
You also told the grand juror that when you contacted Adam and told him to come back to Maine, and he came back to Maine, you said that once there, Adam said, tell them I brought her to her mother, right?
Yes.
And that was sort of the truth, right?
Yes.
As he said, you'll be okay, just stick with the story, right?
Right.
You didn't have to worry.
Right.
He would be there for you.
Right.
One of the, in the grand jury, unlike this jury, the individual jurors were allowed to ask you questions, right?
Yes.
And so you not only had a prosecutor asking you questions, you had individual grand jurors asking you questions, right?
Yes.
And you lied to them, right?
Yes.
you told them that you were actually feeling scared for Harmony at some point, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. You still have that grand jury testimony there?
Yes.
And I'm going to point you to page 64, and this is to refresh your recollection. If you would check out, it's about halfway down the page that the conversation starts, but you can check before that to make sure, and on to the next page.
I just heard someone's throat.
Okay.
So, when you were talking about meeting up with Adam when he came back from Maine, and he told you to tell them that he took Harmony to her mother, you were actually asked about the fact that the investigation is going on, right?
Yes.
And you told this jury that you had actually seen Crystal on the news talking about her missing daughter, right? I'm sorry, not at the grand jury today, to this jury.
Yes.
And when, in light of that, when Adam said, I took her to her mother, do you remember being asked at that point again, did it make you wonder what really happened to Harmony? And you said, yeah, it did, right?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked if you were scared for Harmony at that point?
Yes.
Telling the grand jurors that you were scared for her.
Yes.
And you were telling the grand jurors this at a time that you knew that she was dead.
Yes.
And you insisted you didn't know what happened to her, right?
Right.
Now, these are several more lies that you've told the grand jury, right?
Right.
And you talked to this jury about Adam in the spring of 2020. Accusing you of things and punching you?
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that he punched you 2 times, right?
It was more than that.
Okay.
But yes, I did.
And you told them that you left Adam because you saw abuse as a kid and you didn't want your kids surrounded by that stuff.
Yes.
And that's when you left Adam in March of 2021, right?
Yes.
But you actually left him also in April or in the spring of 2020 for a very short period of time, right?
I don't remember that.
You don't recall leaving with the kids for a couple of times in the spring of 2020?
No.
Okay. Because the spring in 2020 is when you started talking about the first time that Adam started thinking weird things were happening, right?
Yeah, but I didn't leave him. We still lived in the same. We just moved to the Union Street apartment building.
Okay. And you didn't just leave for a bit and go to a friend's for a day or so?
No.
Okay.
I remember I left for a couple hours with the kids, but I went back to the house. I went back to the apartment.
Okay. So one of the times that he was feeling like there were cameras and stuff, you just had to get away from him, right?
He fell asleep, so I took the kids and left.
Yeah. Because he was acting very strange.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm going to move on from the grand jury testimony for now. Take that back away from you if you'd like. Thank you. When the grand jury testimony was over, you were able to leave. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were still out in public on bail.
Yes.
And by the way, I was told that I did mess up again. Adam was arrested January 4 and you were arrested January 5. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. So you are out, but you have certain conditions that require that you, report to the police station?
Yes.
You have to report in person. How many times did you have to report?
Every day.
Every day you had to come to the police station so that they would know that you were around, right?
Yes.
And so you were doing that before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you were doing it after the grand jury.
Yes.
And every day you're at the police station. And one day, and it was June 3rd, you
Yes.
come in for a reporting day, right?
Yes.
Or a reporting time, sorry. And you got arrested.
Yes.
And you kind of knew that that might happen because you knew that you had lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you got arrested for 2 charges of perjury before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And it was about your shift at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes.
And it was about the location of Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes.
And we talk about a whole lot more lies that you told the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you didn't get arrested for any of those lies, right?
Right.
And probably talked about more than 20 lies that you told the grand jury.
Yes.
Maybe more.
Yes.
And you got 2 charges for lying to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Now, before testifying in front of the grand jury, you had some other prior convictions, right?
Yes.
One was for false information to a police officer.
Yes.
And one was for altering a prescription drug.
Yes.
And you got incarcerated on that one on a probation violation in 2013.
Yes.
And got out in 2014.
Yes.
And it was sometime after that that you and Adam got together?
Yes.
And you were together but got married in 2017?
Yes.
And you got married on Harmony's birthday.
Yes.
And that was intentional, right?
It wasn't supposed to be on her birthday.
Okay.
We were getting married before our son was born, and he came 3 weeks early, and he ended up being born the day before Harmony's birthday. And we were planning a baby shower wedding that Sunday, and we ended up having the JP come to our house and marry us while I was in the middle of contractions, and then we had the baby.
And that was, you did it during the shower because friends and loved ones had been there too.
Yeah, that's what we were supposed to do, but we didn't get to.
Okay. And when you went to the grand jury, you were also facing other felonies at the time, right?
Yes.
At the time?
Yeah.
That was confusing. On May 20th, when you went to the grand jury, you had some felonies that you had been charged with but had not been resolved.
Yes.
And 2 of them were for receiving stolen property?
Yes.
And 1 of them was a theft by deception.
Yes.
And although you got charged for them, they were dismissed as a part of the agreement that you reached with the state, right?
Yes.
And when you were out on bail, on the 3rd, they held you for a few days, right?
Yes.
And you got rebailed for those perjury convictions, right?
Yes.
So the day that you came in, they had to arrest you and book you, and you had to go to jail, and eventually, 3 or 4 days later, you were able to get out on bail.
Yes.
Same bail conditions as before.
Yes.
No changes.
No.
And you were supposed to be of good behavior,
Yes.
and you were supposed to be drug and alcohol free,
Yes.
and you got rearrested. You were supposed to remain arrest free too, right?
Yes.
And you got rearrested, right?
Yes, because I missed court.
Pardon?
I missed court, so I got arrested.
They found you and arrested you on a capias for missing court, but you also got charged with prescription drugs.
Yes.
And that case went away as well on the day of your plea to the perjury indictments.
Yes.
Right? So I want to talk about June 3rd and your interview with the police. You certainly didn't know that day that you would be arrested when you walked in for your check-in, right?
Right.
And on that day when you walked in and got arrested on your check-in, you didn't know if you would be able to walk out.
Right.
They might hold you in jail again for perjury.
Right.
Because it's a pretty serious offense, right? Yes. And you knew that when you raised your hand and swore an oath to the grand jury that if you lied to them, it would be a very serious thing.
Yes.
And so you were kind of concerned that you may not be able to get back out on bail when you got arrested.
Yes.
And you said you were ready to talk.
Yes.
You said you wanted to give a statement, right?
Right.
And you did not have an agreement when you said that, right?
Right.
You did not have any negotiation when you said that, right?
Right.
The AG had not actually met up with you at all when you said that, right?
Right.
And you wanted to make sure that you got out as soon as you could, right?
Right.
And so your attorney was called.
Yes.
And there was a sort of agreement reached before you gave your statement, right?
Right.
And you didn't get immunity for crimes, right?
Right.
And you didn't get future immunity for any crimes that you might commit.
Right.
But you did get an agreement that whatever you said that day couldn't be used against you.
Right.
And that they would look at what you said that day, and if they wanted to use it, then you might be able to reach an agreement.
Right.
And so that wasn't the immunity from everything that you had wanted, right?
Right.
That wasn't the no time deal that you had wanted, right?
Right.
That wasn't the ankle monitor that you had wanted, right?
Right.
And there was certainly no guarantee or conversation about you and your future life with your children.
Right.
But you knew they had you solid on the perjury, right?
Right.
You were never getting around that one, right?
Right.
And so you decided that this would probably be the best that you could do to get as few consequences for your actions as possible.
Yes.
Are you okay?
My head hurts. I'm like having a migraine.
Do you need to stop? May we approach Your Honor?
Yes.
I got up for a minute. What did I miss? Shit, what's going on here? They're ending court. The witness is tired. Per Jessica. Per Jessica, they're ending court because the witness is tired and she has a headache. She said, "Are you okay?" And she's like, "My head hurts." What? Why has she got her hands over her face? For God's sakes. What is going on? She's peeking. I mean, stick it out for another 45, chick. You think you're tired? How do you think Harmony felt? Suck it up, Buttercup. That's what the judge should tell her. Suck it up, Buttercup. You're here till 4. Miss Perjury.
Long day for everyone, and I would like to give the witness an opportunity to have a rest before we proceed. So what I'm going to do is we're going to stop for the day today. I know I had said to you that I thought we would go until 4, but I think it makes sense for us to stop for the day. So we're going to end now. You're going to come back at 8:45 on Monday morning. I cannot say to you strongly enough how important it is for you to avoid all media this weekend. Please avoid all media this weekend. Additionally, if people know you're sitting on this case, they may want to speak to you about it. They may have opinions about it, even though they're not here listening to the evidence in the same way you are. Please do not talk about this case with anyone. There will come a time, as I said to you earlier, when you will be able to do that. That time is not now. So it's supposed to be a little warm this weekend. I hope you'll find some good activities to do, but stay away, stay offline, stay away from the newspapers, stay away from any media coverage of this case, okay? Same rules that I've said to you earlier apply as well about driving by locations. If it's on your route home, drive by, don't give it any extra attention. Don't go to any of the places that we visited on The View or the places you've heard about here. Don't look up any names. Don't do any research on the law. The court will give that to you in the court's instructions. I remind you that if in your comings and goings you see any of the witnesses or any of the parties that are involved in this case, they have been instructed not to speak with you and you're instructed not to speak with them, so they are not being rude if they don't acknowledge your presence. You have all been extremely attentive today, and we are very, very appreciative. We will see you back here on Monday morning, 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention today. All rise for the jurors.
Stand up!
I'm sure everybody who testifies in tough cases gets headaches. I mean, I don't know. I really don't care about her health, to be honest.
You may be seated.
Did I ask them to do that?
I guess we're done for the day. We are done with this case until Monday. Everybody get out, get some sunshine. If it's not sunshiny, get out, get some fresh air. This is tough stuff to listen to. We have 4 football squares left. We are going to be live streaming on Super Bowl Sunday with some true crime from the 2 cities, missing people from the 2 cities. We're going to be getting some awareness out there at the same time as we keep up with the game score and our football square game. Yeah, I see what you guys are saying. Well, the judge isn't going to push her. I mean, she has been on the stand all day long, right? So I want to give a special thank you again to Jess. She has been a rock star in there. She's hearing it all first before we do. And Jess, if you can open a Cash App tonight, it doesn't take much. And then email me. Let me know what your cash tag is. I want to get you some gas money for your trips back and forth. She's driving an hour back and forth to give us this commentary in the courtroom. So we're getting the reactions of the biological mother. We're getting the reactions of the jury. And for that, Jess, I'm forever grateful because there's nothing like, I mean, it's literally, you can't have anything better. You know, you can follow tweets, but I mean, Jess, you're awesome at this. And thank you so, so much. Everybody have a safe weekend. I'll get the event up for Monday and for the Super Bowl. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to go lay at the pool or something. I got to get some damn sun myself. So thank you guys for being here. Make sure you hit that like button. We are going to run some credits, and then I will have a little brief Patreon outro, and then you guys can just dance it the fuck out because it is Friday, bitches. I love you guys. Thank you for your support.
Where do you think you're going? Nobody's leaving. Nobody's walking out on this fun old-fashioned family Christmas. No, we're all in this together.
Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.
Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 You wanna be with me. You wanna feel fizz on the rim.
Roro causing Papa.
Roro. Who was Roro?
You're what the French call les incompetents.
You want to catch that? Why were you telling her not to fuck herself? None of her loves horses.
Buy new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on coke and Jack.
Cocaine. Cocaine.
Cocaine.
Cocaine. It's cocaine.
It's
Thanks so much,
cocaine.
Jennifer.
Is it one Jennifer or two Jennifers?